Doesn't it bother you people the things he says and then uses the excuse, I'm just a troll? Doesn't that bother you people? That he could just use the N-word? He could just use the K-word? He could talk about people's families, people's lives? Doesn't it bother anybody? Does anybody have any integrity left?
Hold on, Matt. Why are you unmuted, Matt?
No, I'm here. Hello?
Yes.
Yeah, we know.
Can you go on mute for a second?
Oh, on mute? Sorry. Okay. Yeah, I'm new. Sorry.
No, I understand. It's okay. Wait, I just want to address some comments in the chat. Folks are like, y'all should get a life, go outside, touch grass, get off the app. Here's the thing. For some of us, Clubhouse is actually quite entertaining. We like to come in here and talk, engage with folks we like and our friends. See, some of you weirdos, and I'm not addressing anyone in particular, over the course of the years, you've ran off the celebrities, okay, with your doxing and harassing. You ran off the real ones with your doxing and harassing and real weirdo shit. All of the industry players who add value to spaces, you've ran them off with your doxing and harassing and insecurities and weirdo shit. So now we're just left with doxers, harassers, and racists, okay? So we're trying to navigate the hallways and finding people with some common sense that we can be chill with. So then now that we found the cool, chill people, you want to dox and harass them too. And then tell us we need to go outside and touch grass. No, don't tell the doctors, harassers, and racists that y'all sit on stages with Kiki and Kaka. Tell them to go outside and touch grass.
Let me just, I'm sorry, I have to say this. So Keegan, Jazzy didn't give me the information, and neither did Ann. You're worse than any woman I've seen on this app. I'm not even bullshitting. The way you just spread salacious rumors against people is beyond my comprehension, dude. Yeah, he fled. Why would he fly? Why would he flee? Because I'm calling him out? He didn't hear what he wanted to hear? Should I said Ann gave it to me? Or Jazzy? Should I lie? Neither one of them did. But, you just want to fucking make salacious shit up. And I'm going to keep it 100. And some of you trolls can go back and tell him I said this. I believe Keegan hates women. 100%. The way he speaks to them, the way he talks down to them. To say, oh, Ann gave it to me. All I heard it was Jazzy. Man, where the fuck did you come in? There's no reality to that. But it's okay to just throw a name out there. You're a piece of shit. Mike Moon, you wanted to say something?
I'm really, really good at listening comprehension. I spend more time listening than most people on this app. And I'll tell you that everybody's missing the elephant in the room. There's one overriding thesis of that room that Pepe had. It's simple. You claim that he doxed Roger. He claims he didn't dox Roger. We have the facts. We'll move. First of all, if he did dox Roger, then that delegitimizes his entire room. It means his entire room was just a bitch fest of him going off and attacking somebody to hit his fucking own rocks.
Mike Moon. He doxed Roger.
Listen,
that's about it.
Let me get there. For the room's benefit, it's really simple. He's already admitted to putting a picture of Roger up. And apparently, he says he scratched out his name, but apparently someone came up and said, no, I could read his name on there when you did that. So let's take aside the fact that he was in chillism, apparently just flat out just talking to everyone about it in a small room. We know he did it. So he doxed. So he doxed. His entire premise of the room was that he didn't dox. So now his room is delegitimized, and now it's just literally a bitch fest, and people are going to get caught up on all the bullshit he was saying, but nobody's going to hold him accountable for the fact that, dude, you doxed, you fucking idiot. Talk about projectionism. Talk about projecting. It's fucking horrible. Like, it's ridiculous. And he was being vile, dude. He was being totally fucking vile. I defended you a couple times in the chat in the beginning, and someone told me to shut the fuck up. And I was like, you know what? I will shut the fuck up, because I'm not here, because you can do fine. Either way, I was there to basically determine whether or not his allegations were accurate, because that's all I give a shit about personally, is just trying to know the truth. And the fact is, he's a fucking liar. And then Keegan came in and totally stirred the pot. It was weird for me because I've been in countless rooms where Keegan's been hanging out with you, kissing your ass, being nice to you. So the fact that he bounces back and forth between that fucking shithead. And the only other thing I'll say is I've told Pepe he's a racist piece of fucking shit to his face multiple times. And he is a racist piece of shit. And I'm pretty disappointed that so many fucking people can say he's a great guy and he's a racist piece of shit. Because he should be held accountable for being an outright racist piece of shit. Because that is not acceptable. Too many of us get accused of being racist when we're not. And here's this motherfucker admitting he is, and everybody gives him the benefit of the doubt. Fuck him.
Especially black people. Let me say this real quick. Black people sit on the stage with Pepe and joke and laugh with him. Y'all are some fucking weirdos. Knowing that this man does not even like black people, knowing that he's been hurling the N-word towards black people, disparaging black men and black women for years, and y'all be the main ones on his stage doing his bidding, carrying bones for him. Y'all are fucking. Can you imagine being black and a follower for a racist?
Well,
the ancestors are rolling over in their graves at you goofy ass.
oh well, let me say this. He got 2 accounts clipped tonight. Not 1, but 2. And yes, there's still 1 standing. That's probably gonna go 2. Has nothing to do with me. But he's gonna be back tomorrow. We all know he's coming back tomorrow. He's so insecure. He needs to be heard. Right? So, by the way, Naya, I don't know if I told you this, but when Roger comes back, and he's coming back, I'm not going to say when Roger comes back, after that room, I'm going to be taking a break. But that was kind of a scheduled break anyway. I'm going to take a couple days off just to decompress from the nonsense. But let me tell you something. How could you go into a room, and this is, most of you morons are guilty of this. You go into a room and say something in front of people, and then say, well, I never said that. America, she doesn't know what she's talking. Bree doesn't know what she's talking. Howard doesn't know what he heard. Get your ears clean. I didn't say this or that. I told you people, and I'll tell you again, there's no secrets on Clubhouse. If you go into a room and it's not a private room, that shit's getting out. 100%. He doxed Roger. And you know what? Shame on him. Because he don't like Roger. His excuse was, I don't like that he fat shames people. Right? So he could dox his family instead of having a one-on-one conversation with him. Or what was his other excuse? I don't like that he's associated with John Kitover. What is that your fucking business? All of a sudden, you're the fucking moral police? This is the guy you guys want to... This is the moral police you want to follow? He would kill some of you people in a heartbeat just for being black. And that's a fact. He would spit on you if you were a Jew. That's a fact. But keep following him. Keep going into those pop crash rooms. Holly, how you doing, Holly? Holly Dolly. All right, Holly's not there. Oh, Raj, what's good, old Raj?
Top of the evening, young man. Another 15 in the books, in your honor. A little exercise.
Good.
Non sequitur, sir, but could you explain to me what the hell that blonde DA in Rhode Island did that caused such a shitstorm? You know anything about it?
I have no idea, but we're not going down any other lane but what we're talking about right now, Raj, at all.
Okay.
Thank you. Pink Pill, how you doing, Pink Pill?
I'm good. JB, how are you? What's going on? What did Pepe do now? He's always in trouble.
Well, Pepe doxed Roger, where he put his family's information, his job history, all that stuff. And then when I said you doxed him, he's been running rooms for, 4 or 5 days about me. The man is obsessed. I live rent-free in his head. And he got kicked off the app. He got clipped. 2 of his accounts got clipped. But you know what, Pink Pill? He's like herpes. You can never get rid of him. He'll always come back.
He does always come back. He can't help it. Like, I've never seen somebody who says they can't stand black people so much, but I always see him in black rooms. I don't know why he's never fucked with me, but as I said, it won't start none. Don't start none, won't be none. But it is unfortunate. I don't know about the doxing stuff. I always miss the drama for some reason, but I do know what he's capable of saying. And quite frankly, honestly, I think we do give him a pass when he really shouldn't.
Well, let me say something, Pink Pill. Thank you for that. You know who's just as bad as Pepe? Mom. She signs off on that shit. She signs off on this racism. She enables him. Because she's a black woman that's a self-hating black woman. So it's okay that she sits there with that known racist on the app, anti-Semite, hater, But Mom will sit there and key with him all fucking day. That dumb bitch. I'm sick of it. You want to dox me, bro? And you know what the funny thing is, Nye? I've been telling you for days, I'm just going to sit back. I'm not even going to engage with this asshole. Because you know what? Karma always catches up to everybody. Everybody. But tonight was just enough. And listen, I was eating dinner. I got multiple texts. He got clipped in mid-sentence. And my first thought was, I swear to God, karma. Karma has no menu. You get served what you deserve. But here's the thing. He will be back. It's going to be interesting to see how many people run into his rooms again. Because if you don't breathe air into that fire, the fire dies out. What's up, Certainty?
What's going on, JB? Who's interrupting your piece, man?
Nobody. I don't allow that. Nobody's getting in my piece. I promise you. But what happens is when people fuck with my friends in their piece, then I have an issue. Because, you know, I am old school Brooklyn, man. Loyalty's not a word, it's a lifestyle. Put that one, Pepe. Loyalty's not a word, it's a lifestyle. These are my people. These are my friends. I didn't just cultivate these relationships. These are years in the making. People who know me, trust me, love me, respect me. Can anybody say that about you? Anybody? David Katz, what's good?
Those are good. Appreciate what you're saying. It's all true. Paid your debt to society, which very few of us have. Whether we should use.
We haven't paid our debt to society. This guy could.
I want to also speak to you because a lot of the rooms the papers that are recorded with me, the one today. So all of the ranting and production and untruths are there. Not going away. The rooms last night I was in where Pepe's colleagues were repeating stuff that wasn't true. I think that Roger will have the last laugh. That's all I can say.
I'll say this, and I'm not going to let any cats out of the bag, but I can promise you Roger's going to have that last laugh. And he's going to be very interested. I say it all the time. It's a harder ball game when the rabbit's holding the gun. Right? Listen, Roger could be crass, he could be brusque, he could be rude sometimes. But Roger's also probably one of the best dudes on this app.
He's
And
also
the shit
not
you don't, 100%, but the shit you don't know about what Roger's done for people is unbelievable. But you guys just want to run with these narratives. Oh, Pepe. Where's the Pepe tonight? He got clipped. Does anybody feel bad that, you know what, I'm going to put a poll up. Now, can you run for me? I want to pull a poll up. What's up, Frankie?
All right, yeah, I'm here. Go ahead. Karma's real. I'll be honest. When I was sitting in that room and Pepe disappeared and they started saying he got clipped, I too thought that JB used some of his connections and got him clipped. And I started to text you, but then I said, I'm hungry. I'm going to get some hot wings. And then when I got back, you had this room open, and you were like, yeah, I had nothing to do with it. So here we are. Mystery solved. JB had nothing to do with getting him clipped. So, but that was fast. Clubhouse, I don't know how the clipping works. Do you get reported? Is it a mass reporting, and then the Clubhouse, you know, the man behind the curtain listens in to see what's going on and clips? But they reacted pretty quickly. I know that room was going on for at least well over an hour. I'm impressed, Clubhouse, and if any of the Clubhouse powers that be are listening, you know, I sent y'all a message about a year ago when I was threatened on this app and threatened with doxing, and I sent multiple messages to get that handled. Y'all did nothing about it. Pepe ran a 2-hour room and got clipped almost immediately. That's fascinating. So note to self, next time my harasser and doxer harasses and attempts to dox me, I need to figure out how to get a room, center him in a room, and maybe they'll react. Maybe I'll get some justice. I'm glad you got some justice, JB, but like you said, he'll be back. He'll be back tomorrow. He has multiple accounts, and it will be interesting to see when he returns what his next room will be about. And half the people who, not half, but some of the people in here, I'm looking through the audience. Some of the same people who are in the chat and in the audience claiming they support JB and they like JB will be over in that room talking shit in the chat. It's weird. It's just so strange. Demonic. You lot are demonic.
There's a new poll up. Hold on. I want to vote. Does anyone feel bad that Pepe got clipped? There you go. Here's my vote. So, yeah. What's up, Norm? How you doing?
Hi.
Hi. How you doing?
I'm doing okay.
I'm doing great as well. So, some shit popped off tonight. Two of Pepe's accounts, not one, but two of Pepe's accounts got clipped. Does anybody feel bad for him? Anybody? Bueller? So you can only say so much polarizing negative shit. And by the way, speaking of Clubhouse, let me just ask this question, if you can mute up for a second. One of the administrators, and I'm not going to name the person, was in this space right here. And I hit him in the back channel. I was like, bro, listen, I'm just done with the docs. I've been doxxed for days, blah, blah, blah. If you have an issue, just reach out to me before you clip me. He wrote back, he goes, I have no problems with what you do. He was also in that room. And that's how Pepe got clipped. That had nothing to do with me. So fuck him.
Right on to that administrator. Right on. Pepe should have been doxxed ages ago because of all the anti-N-word stuff. But, racism is allowed to thrive on this app. But I'm glad somebody actually did something this time.
Nobody said they feel bad for him so far. Out of 13 votes we got, 85% says he deserves it. Free speech should be allowed. Got 16% so far. Man, listen. I don't mind a little banging once in a while. Let's get it off our chest. Say what you gotta say. But there gotta be lines to cross, And he crossed everyone between Roger, between myself, running these rooms nonstop for days. Mike Freeman, man. I don't even know who you are. I got no smoke with you. But I agree with you. That dude's gonna ride. He's like herpes. You cannot get rid of that dude. He'll be back. He's already probably at fucking AT&T getting another phone or getting some free number or fucking Google. I don't know, Mike. If it was me, I wouldn't come back. If the app is telling you you're not welcome, why come back? Because he's a narcissistic asshole who thinks people need to hear his voice. By the way, he sounds like Kermit the fucking Frog had a baby with Ray Romano. But that's just my opinion.
Well, I hope the black people who like to sit on stage with him and be called the N-word will be okay during Pepe's downtime. I know you probably will not know what to do with yourselves without having a non-black person call you the N-word and monkey and ape and gorilla and thug. I hope you find some peace, and I hope you pray over the next couple days. Your master will be back soon, and soon you can be back on his stage where he can call you the N-word and a monkey and an ape and a criminal, and you can laugh about it because it's funny. It's funny to be called an N-word by the white man. And entertainment. So just hold on. He'll be back soon. Hopefully you'll find some other rooms to go into. There are plenty of other white racists on the app that you can get your racial fetish fix until Pepe returns. Hopefully you find it.
We're going popcorn style, guys. Hey, Holly, you there, Holly?
I am. I'm here.
Do you want to chime in, or you just want to hang out with the cool kids?
Yeah, I just want to be with you guys and have your coolness rub off on me. I don't really have a strong opinion about that, to be honest. I've always been kind of like beautiful in the Pepe land. But
how could you be neutral when he doxes people? He puts out their personal information, their family's information. I'm sorry, Holly, I'm not letting you scale on this one. You don't have to give an opinion, but to say you're neutral, I'm gonna call cap on that, sweet.
I don't know if it's me, but there's some of that you're breaking up on me a little. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about doxing, so I've always thought Pepe was like kind of anti-dox, so he's doxed Roger's face. Is that what's happened?
No. See, don't drink that Kool-Aid. What he did was he broadcasted his work history, his family's business, everything. He didn't just put up a picture, which I consider doxing, by the way, because if Roger wanted his picture up here, he would have put his picture up. He didn't want it, but he got it, right? But he did other things, see? Don't drink that Kool-Aid.
I don't picking up pieces. I haven't been on all day, so I'm just picking up pieces here. So, okay.
It didn't happen today, Holly. It's been going on for 5 or 6 days now. So not just today.
Oh, shit. Okay. So did he put it up on Clubhouse? Did he put it up on like Telegram or something?
He definitely broadcasted in clubhouse rooms. That I know.
Oh, that's fucked up.
So let me say, Francie, hold on a second. Let me say hello to Adams. Dr. Adams, how you doing? I'm gonna say good morning. That's how tired I am.
Oh my God, you know how tired I am. I've been up for quite some time. I'm just getting home. You know, I'm happy that this turned out the way that it did. I feel like there needed to be a lesson that needed to be learned, and I feel like there were lines that were just unacceptably crossed, and I hope people are paying attention. I really hope they're paying attention.
Thank you, Adam. I appreciate you, man.
And for the record, I just want to say this, you know, my feelings about Pepe after watching this is, hey, if he can do it to you, he can definitely do it to anybody else, including myself. So there definitely will be a difference if he does come back onto this app, how he will be received in certain spaces.
I agree with you, but let me say this before I go to Francie and y'all. He's just regurgitating the same shit for years. There's nothing, there's no new material there. He just takes one face, moves it, puts a new person in. There's nothing new there. What's the draw to this? I don't understand. He sounds like fucking Ray Romano and Kermit the Frog together. What's up, Frankie?
I really don't know Pepe like well, but I've been listening and for the past few days finding out like what was going on, and you know, you have to wonder what his mindset is, and if we can just take a step back and think about it, I think that he has the potential to be a predator, and I think, and Dawn is here somewhere, and Dawn also she has great instincts. I can tell you that. But he seems like he could be a predator. And
wait, Francie, before you continue that, just give people a little context into your professional background, so you're not just some random crazy clubhouse person. Please.
Sorry. Well, I mean, I just practiced for 30 years as a licensed psychotherapist and psychiatry, and so I mean, I've pretty much done everything. Now I'm just a grandmother, but and I'm hopefully Clubhouse's official therapist for the year of 2025. I hope. So that's me. But I just so I think that he, doxing to me, I've never it's because my information has always been public because of what I do. But in this case, and the way that his patterns have been, I think that he could be a predator. And I think that what happens is every time, they get a thrill out of hurting someone, right? Because they get something out of it. It doesn't have to be sexual. It doesn't have to be, but the ante has to keep being higher, higher, higher. So you start out doxing someone, then you actually drive to their street, and do something, throw eggs at their house or something. Then you sneak in their house when they're not home. Now that sounds very dramatic, and I'm surprised that I'm even saying it, but my instinct is like screaming at me right now, and I don't think that's ever happened in the 4 years that I've been on Clubhouse. So I just want to say, be careful, guys. And if Dawn's around, if she has an instinct, I would really like to hear what she has to say. She's rarely wrong.
Thank you, Francie. Let me say hello to my Canadian acquaintance. Sometimes we're friends, sometimes we're not. I don't understand. But I know when he comes to stages, he doesn't gaslight. Yo, what's good?
So I'm to introduce myself. I have no credentials. I am the crazy clubhouse person you referenced. But so obviously I don't like Pepe. I think that's pretty obvious. But I am curious, how did Pepe get that information to leak it? Obviously it's wrong, but did Mojo know him personally? Is that
No, he got it through donations for John's campaign. You have to put your real information on it. So, because it's so important to him and that idiot Rich had to do a deep dive, y'all. and they ascertained information, and they ran around like their hair was on fire,
Wait a minute.
screaming to the world.
What did you just say?
That's wild. That is wild.
Rich.
I'm gonna talk to you offline. That can get very, very, very ugly very quick.
Is that a federal crime?
Hello? MG, let's not even MG, let's all talk offline.
No, that's like a valuable lesson. At the same time, I've never heard of getting doxxed in such a way. But hey, be careful, guys. Thanks, JB, for info.
No problem, yo. You can go back to the chat, gaslight my chat if you like.
Yep, thank you.
You're welcome. Listen, at least he owns it. You know, I respect the dude that owns it. He chose the chat. But man, listen, I'm over all this shit. I don't know if some of you people haven't been in my space in a while. You see it for the car crash. Well, come back to Healthy Debates. Give it a shot. I think we've been having some amazing conversations the last couple of days. So that's what I have to say. If anyone wants to come up, you're more than welcome to. Oh, hold on a second. Let's see. Oh yeah, I don't want this piece of shit in my chat. Bye, Elstern, you piece of shit. There you go. Another phony on Clubhouse. So yeah, if you guys want to come up, you're more than welcome to. I wasn't going to address this Pepe thing because to me he's irrelevant. Always has been, always will be. He's irrelevant in life. He's irrelevant on Clubhouse. But some things were said that had to be addressed. And by the way, for those who heard, I don't have dentures. I have implants. It cost me a lot of money. So yeah, there's that. I don't know. See, I'm honest. I don't have that. I have implants. It cost me $25 grand just for the fucking top row. How about that? But this asshole's like, you got dentures, and yo, you're at this age, and you're that age, you can't even get it hard on. Okay, Pepe. You're flapping your shit, bro. See where that gets you. Karma's real. Karma has no menu. You get served what you deserve. MG, can you run it for 2 minutes? I have to make a quick phone call. Thank you.
Well, here we are. Hold on, somebody wants to come up. Okay, sir, I'm gonna let you up, but JB might move you down because every time you come up, even though I think you're funny, Times Square, you tend to, veer us off to Looneyville. So here we go. Good luck. Tread lightly.
I moved you before you even finished the sentence.
Here we go. Okay. So wait, Sonia, I think Sonia was trying to come up. Maybe not. I thought Sonia with J. I thought I saw you trying to come up. You can come up if you need to come up. All right, guys. Healthy Debates. Karma is real. Ha ha ha. Moose said Times Square is funny. That's news to me. I don't know. He's kind of funny in his.
He's a cornball. Stop it.
Okay. Okay, Holly. I saw you coming off mic.
I'll be back in 2 minutes.
Okay.
I just wanted to share, totally off topic, some news. In Georgia, there's apparently a new, I don't know if this is federal or just Georgia, but there's a new rule, basically, if you are accused of something, let's say, and then the accuser, the prosecutor is found doing something fraudulent, then the case, basically all of your court costs, your legal fees get refunded to you. Okay, don't quote me on all the particulars. I was just told this whole thing. So what's happening in Georgia, Fonnie Willis, if you remember, she was basically taken off the case for misconduct. Well, now it's at the Georgia Supreme Court. She's it's kind of been going back and forth, but basically, if they deem her activities as fraudulent, then the Georgia GOP will actually get like millions of dollars back in their coffers for the legal fees. Just a little update on all the fun Georgia election shit.
Wait, Holly, is that just for elections, or is that for any criminal or civil case in the state of Georgia, or specifically tied around election?
I don't think it's specific to elections, but.
So you're saying essentially, if I'm understanding correctly, and I hope it's true, because prosecutor, essentially, prosecutorial misconduct. I believe that's the term. When DAs, for example, do not divulge exculpatory evidence to the defense team that would have exonerated and dismissed the case up front, realizing that the defendant is actually innocent. I think I saw a documentary. I think it's something insane, like less than 2% of DAs, district attorneys around the country that are actually caught. Are ever held accountable. They have this weird, bubble of immunity around them. So if Georgia's doing this,
Okay, I found
I hope
it.
it's true.
So here it is. This is all new stuff. So Georgia law allows for the recovery of attorney's fees by defendants in certain criminal cases where a prosecutor is found to have engaged in misconduct, leading to their disqualification and the dismissal of the case. But specifically, recent legislation, in addition to that, Senate Bill 244, now law, signed into legislation by Governor Kemp on July 1st, 2025, includes a mechanism for criminal defendants to be reimbursed for their legal costs if the prosecuting attorney in their case is disqualified for personal or professional misconduct, and then secondary, the criminal case is subsequently dismissed due to that disqualification. So I guess it added some language to the already existing ability to get legal fees back, but so it made it a little more broad, I think. So Georgia Republican Party is very, very happy about this.
Coming back to what we were talking about, I want to underscore something that Nye said earlier, and it really resonated with me. We used to have more people with something to say for the basis of intelligence here in Clubhouse, and less malice, more friendship, and we've driven that away. And we're left with too many times trolls and cafes, the people who get their kicks from being disruptive, to being sick and malicious.
But why,
and I think we have to think about that.
but why do we keep writing off this specific behavior, David, and equating it to trolling? Like, this is not trolling. Like, this is literally harassing people on the internet to a criminal level in some states. In my state specifically, if these people were tracked down and they were, charged with, cyber stalking and cyber harassment, like, you could spend up to 1 year in county jail. So, I mean, it's crazy to me how people don't see that there's serious consequences. And for other people, that are disseminating people's information on the internet and they have families at home, could you imagine sitting down with your wife and saying that I have to take money out of the joint bank account to go and pay an attorney over some stupid shit that you did on the internet? Could you imagine being in that situation? So either these people are lying and they don't have families, or they don't have shit to care about, okay, or they're just completely reckless, they're outside of themselves, and their behavior on this app has not caught up to them yet. Because I'm telling you right now, with some of the shit that people were saying up in those rooms, you don't want to have that conversation, especially as a young person newly married, that you have to go through resources that otherwise could be taking care of your family because you have to pay attorneys, getting your pockets racked out because you were running your mouth on the freaking internet.
I agree. I think there's a fine line. Maybe I use trolling is too broad a term, because all due respect, you're good at it and you're able to keep a room lively with it. I think there's a fine line where sometimes even that crosses the line.
But see, David, I don't go from room to room seeking out to create coordinated attacks. Okay, what we've been experiencing over the last 2 weeks in our circle of whether healthy debates or in the muff, it has been a series of coordinated attacks with the same usual actors. Mind you, this all got kicked off because of the whole Brad situation. Keegan got into it with people got into it up in that room.
Absolutely.
Then that created bad blood. Okay, then it got dragged over into Roger's room. Then there were people that were attacking Roger's room and trying to use, the Monica situation. Then you had other people that it's just, this was a coordinated attack. So this is completely different than trolling and calling people big bags. Okay, I'm not calling people big bags and reading out people's addresses out of the yellow pages. No. But I'm just explaining the intellectual difference. So trolling is big bags. Okay, doxing and harassment is reading out people's employment history, putting up pictures of people still videos that they've done, okay, with a sheer image, okay, of something blocking their name so that everybody on the freaking app can see the person's first and last name. It is clear doxing. So if we're holding Pepe accountable, which it looks like Clubhouse is, I encourage people to hold Rich accountable as well.
I agree. I'm back. Let me just say something real quick. Let me look at this audience because there's somebody. Oh, Sonia, who are you, Sonia? I don't think I know you.
But
Sonia?
is it Sonia? Let me see which one, because I think I know Sonia. Is it Sonia? I don't see her. I think that's my homegirl. With a J?
No, yeah, with a J. She's next to y'all. You don't see her?
Hold on. Not yet.
It's on stage.
Oh, she's on stage.
Yeah. So I'm asking, who is she? I don't know who she is. I want to hear her voice.
Oh, let me pull to refresh, because I don't see her. Let me pull to refresh.
Yeah, I don't see her either.
I don't see her.
I don't see her, JB.
Hold on. I just refreshed. She probably fled. Jack, who are you, Jack?
Yo, I'm just a regular attender in both of your guys' spaces. I've been listening. Thanks for the heart, whoever did that. Just been listening to the drama. I'm sure you guys, no one likes the drama. I think the doxing, definitely we can all agree that's like, to be shunned and never happen on this app. I think you guys both made some good points about each other, though. We should stay objective, you know?
Wait, time out. What good points did he make about me? Tell me.
I mean,
Let me hear
just,
this.
basically just having, okay, let's not get emotional, like I said.
Shut the fuck up and answer my question or get out.
Okay, are you gonna talk like a man? Are you gonna...
I'm talking how I want to. It's my fucking room. What is it?
If you're gonna talk to me like a man, let's do it.
Alright, goodbye, asshole. There's my manhood. You wanna suck my dick too, you fucking fruit pie? Shut up. He said nothing positive. He said nothing positive, you fucking idiot. Not a fucking word. Go to the fucking ear doctor, get your ears cleaned out. He doxed me. He doxed my friend. What the fuck? I didn't dox him. What the fuck are you talking about, you moron? Oh my god, there's no objectivity here because there's nothing to be objective about. He doxed us, you idiot. What do you want to say he said that was so good? Please tell me. And I got this asshole Anthony Edwards also likes to dox me. Amazing. To use that asshole's word, amazing. Some of you people really need to do a fucking mental health check. You want to talk like a man. Asshole, he doxed my family. He doxed Roger's family. That's okay? That's objective? What the fuck is wrong with you? You've been in both our spaces, then you know how I talk. You shouldn't be so sensitive. Put your big boy pants on. Go give fucking Pepe a hand job under the table, because trust me, he'll be back tomorrow.
Got nothing to lose, JB. You have nothing to lose. A lot of people are proving themselves as having absolutely nothing to lose.
You know what? Not only am I going to throw this piece of shit out, I'm going to block him from my house. I don't like him as a person. Like something like that, dude. Gaslighting motherfucker. Likes to run his spaces. Talking his shit. Right? Listen. I'm not a black man in America. I'm the crack middle. But that dude says the worst things about black people. He's the black Pepe. That's the truth.
Well, I just know for a fact that the shoe on the other foot, somebody did what was done to you to him. I know that he definitely did pull the China shop, tearing down every freaking room, interrupting and doing what he could to get his point across. So
app, say, yo, listen, I'm going to hop down off of this stage and
I give up kidneys to go listen to that for me. But as far as promoting it and out the stream, bro, he's been streaming for years. Who cares? I just went to who cares? And I'm saying, you might find out me, oh, who the fuck is this? You know, I have no smoke with John. But you know what? Joe, let John be John. You know? This is how I feel. I'm over all that bullshit.
So let me tell you why I care, and I'm going to say this in defense of the women and certain ideology behind what John is doing. You know, being raised by a two-parent household and having a mother in the house along with my father, she always taught me that a woman saying no is something that needs to be listened to and it needs to be heard. So when you have men like John, who has had countless women on this app tell them that it makes them uncomfortable, they don't want to have their vulnerable moments put onto YouTube. They don't want to have certain information that people can plug into certain, into certain search engines and give up their locations to rob them of their sense of security. So to me, I take that from a personal lesson that I learned as a child, that what John is doing, especially to the women on this app, is completely wrong and extremely violating.
Well, you know what? You can say that a billion times, bro. He ain't gonna change. So my thing, for me, I just ignore him. You know, I have very little patience for him when he comes to my stages. I give him a little grace, but when he starts talking his nonsense, goodbye, John. But we're not gonna, dude, I'm telling you. Look, he wants to come up. John has a new account. Shocker, people. Who do you think has more accounts, John or Pepe? My thing, for me, I just ignore him. Because we all know Pepe's coming back tomorrow with a vengeance. With a vengeance. And you know what he's gonna do tomorrow for people? I can promise you. He's gonna say the same things that he said today, that he said yesterday. The original idea has not entered that man's brain, probably since third grade. He regurgitates the same shit. So listen, I know I have this thick Brooklyn accent. I say some bad things. I pissed off Jackie, right? He got upset because I said, he needs to squeeze his balls. That's fine. But whose voice would you rather hear, mine or Kermit the Frog's? You tell me. John Kitover, how many fucking accounts do you have?
Well, they clipped a bunch of my accounts as well today, and in terms of like
You're welcome.
in terms of Dr. Adams claiming that I'm putting women at risk, if you're talking about yourself, Dr. Adams, maybe you should take Darren LaHood's PTR out of your name and representing his campaign, because you could be causing him a lot of damage to his campaign, and I thank you for that. But nonetheless, I have to do what I have to do to be victorious and to fight people who have bad political ideas and want to increase the debt. And if you're a female on this app and you're political and I'm political, if our paths happen to cross and you end up in a YouTube video of mine, well, I hope what you said was intelligent. If it wasn't, well, let the audience decide.
Well, that's great. And
Adams, he's like herpes. You can't get rid of him, bro.
Well, and I'm going to bring back my point to the harassment piece of this. Notice I've made it very clear I do not care to interact with this man, nor do I care to be put up on YouTube. But as I click on his profile, it says add back. So this man is refusing to disengage, and I hope that you guys all see the point that I was trying to make has now been proven yet again.
All right, well, I'm running for Congress in the 16th District of Illinois, where Darren LaHood, the man in your PTR, is, and I don't know what to tell you. Go to johnforcongress.com.
I just told him no campaigning, and he can't help himself. And by the way, I did donate to his campaign. I did it as a favor for Roger. I'm going to be requesting that money back from Roger directly.
I think I disagree with Roger on just platforming him all day long.
Myself?
So one thing I disagree with Roger on platforming. John, I think you did it for content, but it went out of control.
No. That's between John and Roger. I'm not even going down that lane. If Roger wants to address it, he'll be back before you guys know it. But, is anybody, and I'd be honest, is anybody unhappy that Pepe got 2 accounts flipped? Anybody? If anybody has a problem with it, by all means, please come to the stage. Raise your hand. We'll have a nice kumbaya dialogue. Nobody? Let me say hello to Moose, Curtis, Hakima in the house. Your piece. I love you. Your piece. I'm not love bombing you, but I have a lot of affection for you, lady. America, you're beautiful. Kubu, what's up, Kubu? April, how you doing? Heidi, We got Bree. Man, you guys gotta hear that accent that lady has. Off the chain. Labubu. We got Miss. We got Mitch. We got Pebbles. Pat. Ashley. If you guys want to come up. We got Dude Cool from Canada. Another sensitive person. This world's taken over by the far left. It's crazy to me.
Listen, I just want to reiterate, JB, I'm not trying to center myself, but I just want to reiterate, because I did say in Pepe's chat, somebody asked me, how are you feeling about this whole situation now? And I said, I don't like it, and I'm going to stay out of it. And I think the only reason why I said, I know the only reason why I point to the especially if Pepe's here to stay I've had no beef with Pepe on this app. He and I have never sparred. We had an incident a while ago, which he later apologized for, which I thought was very admirable, right? But I have been vocal about what's happening over the past couple days because I like JB and I like Roger, and I know some people might say, "Nine, shut up, don't get involved," but I don't know why I feel compelled to defend both of these men in my own way. So I just wanted to state that because some people might I am here. And that too, right? So and there's only a handful of houses that I go into consistently on this app. This is one of them. Give them up is another one. And I said earlier today there are a couple people on this app who I don't know personally, but I'm fond of them. And if the same shit happened to them, I might be compelled to be like, leave this person alone, back the fuck off. Adams is one of them. I don't know Adams personally, but I'm very fond of Adams, right? And if some shit happened and y'all were attacking Adams, I'd probably do the same thing. Shut the fuck up and leave it. And whoever's giving me a thumbs down, your mama stay. So, that's about it. I'm done.
Well, let me just say this. We all listen. If we took a real vote, I think the majority of the Pepe's just a low-life piece of shit. Always has been, always will be. Right? But then you got this parasite, right? KK men who loves to gaslight. Oh, I'm so worried about the women. Oh my God, ladies, look out for JB. Look out. Right? Another person trying to make herself relevant. Who's the most irrelevant person on this app? Goes around telling people she's a gold star, wife. Her husband was killed in action. Right? Total life I see. I think you're full of shit, lady. Full of shit. Bring receipts. Bring receipts on who the fuck you are behind. Besides hiding behind your fucking PTR and your fake names. The time of the trolls is coming to an end, people. I can promise you that. I'm not saying fucking around the boys, how fast that piece of shit got clipped tonight. She wants to, oh, he did this in 2009. He did this in 2010. Meanwhile, she got almost every date wrong. She couldn't say Bear Stearns, she said Bear and Stearns. I understand, English is not your first language, you dummy. Just mind your fucking business and let the men fight it out. How about that? You fucking gaslight troll. How to get a yeast infection in your mouth?
Can I ask you a question, Jay? Alright, thank you. I appreciate the bonus. So, looking from the outside, looking in on a lot of these beefs, at what point are we going to have like a reset? Not in the terms of kumbaya, but I feel like colloquially as a community, as people kind of navigate through different rooms, there should be certain things that should be off limits. From this point forward. I know that people have said things in the past. I know that people have really dug deep, in the past. But let's agree to put the past in the past. Everybody goes and sits with their own tribe. Don't go into anybody's spaces that doesn't want anybody in anybody's spaces. And let's stop talking about the kids. Let's stop talking about people's spouses. Let's start talking about people's dead relatives. Let's stop this. We seek entertainment on being on this app, and it feels like people have slowly migrated off of this app because I'm going to be honest with you. A lot of this shit at times gets very, very, very ugly. It gets very, very, very ugly, and it's very difficult to listen to. And I've been very guilty of it myself in being pushed in defending myself. But at this
Well,
point,
Adams,
through learning from this situation,
Adams,
go ahead.
hold on. Let me give you some clarity. I haven't mentioned Pepe's name in probably almost a week. Right?
No, I know that.
Let me finish, right? I never talk about Mon. Mon's irrelevant. She's an embarrassment to herself, right? 75 fucking years old, and she wants to talk shit. And KK, I haven't mentioned KK's name in years. As a matter of fact, Adams, I specifically reached out to KK's best friend and said, bro, I need a favor from you. I need you to get her to stand down. And what she do? She took an extra 5 steps forward tonight. With lies, insinuations. So how many times does a person have to sit back and get punched in the face like say, you know what? I've eaten enough shit, I'm full. Fuck that. I'm not looking for toxicity, and I'm not bringing the drama, but I'm not gonna back down from it either. You come to me, I'm coming after you. And I've tried my best the last fucking week just to stand down. But you know what? Enough. What she did in that room tonight to try to center herself, like she's some good person. Bro, here's the truth with KK Min. She has doxed, gaslit more people on this app than probably Pepe and anybody combined. And that's true. But she gets a pass because she talks so sweet, so nice. Fuck her and a fake story about a dead husband. Bring receipts. Everybody loves to have receipts on me, Adams. I want receipts now. Until then, that person's a fucking liar. And if that triggers her, she's gonna go, oh, I guarantee she's gonna go around the room. He was talking about my dead husband. So what? So what? How about the fact that you fucking doxed me and my family, you insidious cancer? So what? Your husband's some fucking saint. I don't even think you had a husband, you fucking piece of shit. How about that? It's a whole other ball game, Adams, with a rabbit's holding the gun, and I'm fully fucking loaded.
Well, tonight is messy. Hold on, MJ, I'll say this real quick. Tonight is a messy night. Somebody want to pin KK in here and ask her why she's upsetting herself?
No.
I was just being petty. I'm gonna go back to minding my business.
She's in the room. She's under anonymous, I guarantee you. And she's gonna cry like the little bitch she is for the next 6 months that I spoke about her dead husband. Because that's off limits. But my kids, my family, my business, my life is not off limits. It's amazing the hypocrisy with these people.
Yeah, everything JB said. Adams, don't you think that that's not this side? Like, our side has a moral code? It's just like, damn, the other side won't let it go, right? And so, after a certain amount of time, people get tired of that shit and you're gonna get popped in your mouth. So, I don't understand, like, the moral code. We do abide by a moral code, but I feel JB. You keep fucking with them, you're gonna get popped in your mouth. And I think that that's fair, Adams. You're in these spaces, you see what goes on in the chat. Who's trying to trigger who? Do you think JB and this side is trying to trigger them? No, they come over here trying to trigger us. Adams, that's for you. I'm trying to have a conversation with you. For the most part, I don't say anything because I'm sick of it because it's been going on for 5 years. It's exhausting.
It really is. And to be very honest with you, I would like to have this conversation with you kind of in private as to how I specifically am bothered by not necessarily this particular situation and the insults going back and forth, but just like an everyday norm. You know what I mean? As far as people going to a place on both sides that I quite frankly have just gotten very disgusted with.
Well, let me jump in here real quick. So, Son Goku, right? It's crazy when talking about someone's dead husband. Yeah, it's also crazy about putting my family's information out there. My kids' information out there. That's okay, though. That's okay. Let's do that. For fucking years, you idiot. For years. I've never said a word on that woman or her dead husband until tonight. But she's gonna run with it, I promise you. She's gonna play the perpetual victim and forget what she did to me. And she's done to many others. But I have no right to take the gloves off. Man, here in New York, we got a saying. You can only shove shit down somebody's throat so they say they're full. I'm full. Fuck that. Fully loaded, let's go. I'm tired of it. Now, you leave me the fuck alone, I'll leave you. I haven't mentioned that woman's name in years.
All right.
But you just want to keep punching and punching. Fuck that, bro. I don't really give a fuck. There's no gloves for them, but I have to wear gloves. No, we ain't playing that no more. And none of this had to happen, by the way. That woman's name. None of this. First off, I don't even know why she's interjecting the Pepe spaces in the first place. This has nothing to do with her. So she'll play the victim. Maybe she just needs to mind her business. How about that? See, some kind of moral compass, lease, right? Oh, I have a boyfriend, but I don't fuck him when my kids are home.
It really is.
You fraud, you phony. How do you fucking gaslight trolls?
So, one thing that I wanted to comment on as far as Pepe Spaces and how it's pretty much stayed on brand over the last couple of years. He basically opens up spaces to say that I'm not racist, but then he wants to get the crowd gassed up by saying racist shit. Like, it's not anything original. Like, it's not anything that I feel like people should really hold on to. It's gotten very old, it's not entertaining, and I just feel like it's just non-productive.
Well, Adams, I've made some moves. See, here's the thing what people don't understand. Nine's always a mod, MT will always be a mod, some other people will be mods. But when I open the room, if I block you, then you definitely can't get in. So I'm making some moves for people that are saying just stupid shit with no basis. They're gone. I don't need them in my space. I'll run a space with 100 people or 10 people and still have a great conversation. That's just how I feel. But, I always found, especially in the side, people want real till real shows up. Then you want to play victim. What did he say? How could he say that? But what about and this is no exaggeration, Adams, at least 30 lies that she told in Pepe's room. So I heard it. 30 fucking lies about me. Just to gaslight me. But that's okay. I was wearing asbestos underwear and she had the gasoline.
Or being messy in the chat, Adams in these spaces. I mean, you're in the same spaces as we are. You see the chat. It's not this side being messy, Adams.
Oh, let me make this announcement. It's very important. For those of you who didn't hear, Jazzy did not sell me any information, and Hero did not sell me any information. So all this pretend smoke after Ann that you're deflecting off whatever happened between the two of you, I don't even talk to Ann like that. I don't even like Ann, to be honest with you. She's a pain in my ass. But she definitely didn't sell me any information. I want to make that publicly known. Leave Ann alone. She had nothing to do with it. You fucking gossiping men. You're worse than fucking a bunch of tying washwomen. What's wrong with you?
That's kind of like the argument about, you have a lot of these male fortune tellers, like Miss Cleo with rags on their head. You kicked me out of the room. Does Clubhouse have a feature that tells you who kicked somebody out of a room? Or are they just, kind of speculating and just being messy? Like, this is what I mean about, like, the colloquial patterns as far as, like, how people navigate on this app. Like, it's very annoying. It's extremely annoying. Like, until you have definitive evidence of things, stop opening up rooms and speculating that people are doing things that you have no idea what they're doing. Like, it's very, very, very weird. It's like, I mean, did y'all go to, like, some fortune teller, like, gypsy freaking, like, like, it's just very weird.
They're demons.
I just want to say hello to KP. This dude has been my friend and loyal to me from the day I got on this app, man. KP, I got nothing but love, admiration, respect for you. Welcome to the group, KP.
Yo, what's going on? Yo, I've been punched in the left eye. I don't know what the fuck is going on. And I'm pissed off right now. And now I gotta try to interrupt you.
Yeah, when you tried to hit me up, I was in a private chat with somebody else, and I couldn't come.
KP, don't get worked up over it. Just don't.
Yeah, this is dumb. I don't know what the fuck is going on, and I'm getting drunk in the middle of this shit already. JB, you my boy.
Why are you dragging you in it?
Because people know JB
tries to bring you some of this nonsense, just say you want to hear it. Okay, I wasn't gonna say a fucking word about this. I left it alone for days, even though this dude was trying to drag me by regurgitating the same shit that I've already spoken on 5 million times. But I had to address it tonight, bro.
And I asked the other person, hey, yo, just go talk to JB. Go talk to him in a private room. Don't bring this shit on a public stage. Just go sit down. How we used to do it back. JB, you know how we used to do it back in the day. We go sit down.
100%.
Grab some coffee, grab some pizza. We're gonna sit down and talk about it.
But you know, KP, but you know, KP, times are different, bro. These men nowadays are built differently than you and me, right? There's no integrity. These dudes want to fucking gossip. They want to get their estrogen level up. It's crazy to me that a person like Pepe can sit on the stage and say, hey, you know what? You're an N-word. Or you're a K-word. And then, you know, when he gets a little pushback, oh, no, I was just trolling. I didn't mean that. Yoshi, what's good, man? Long time no hear, man. We just had enough. We just had enough. So, you know, I see you know, free speech should be allowed, but where, Yoshi, and I'm saying this respectfully because I like you and I respect you, but where's the line with free speech and hate speech and doxing people's families?
Doxing, you know, which potentially exposes people to imminent threat and harm. I don't think that should be tolerated. Speech is different. I look at, especially speech you don't like. I don't want to sound cliche, but I actually mean it sincerely. I look at opinions, words, or opinions that are expressed through words, kind of like I look at pathogens, viruses, and bacteria. If you're never exposed to it, you don't build up immunity. And so you're always susceptible to it making you ill. And, you know, you can't go through life like that. So when you're exposed to it, when you're able to hear it, analyze it, a resistance to it, not just by ignoring it, but by understanding the argumentation and the perspective, then it doesn't bother you to the point where you find yourself being agitated in a manner that you'd rather not be agitated. You know, it's like sneezing every time it's you know, spring and so forth. You would much rather not have that reaction to the pollen. So I look at, you know, hate speech or speech I don't like in that same regards. But when you're doxing people, you know, exposing people's personal information in this world, that is crossing the line. But if you're calling people pejoratives, that doesn't bother me.
No bullshit, bro. You could, I'm just using you as a example. You could call me any name you want. You could put me down. You could talk about my past. I don't care. But when you get my family involved, when you get my friends involved, bro, there has to be a hard line there. And that's just how I feel. By the way, ladies, he's not just a pretty face.
I agree with you 100% on that.
Yoshi's not just a pretty face. He's also very smart.
No, he is very smart. I go into some of his biblical rooms when he's speaking. The insightful biblical brothers on this app. Mad respect. Yoshi's.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so involving people's families, that's unacceptable.
That's off limits. Off limits.
That goes beyond speech. That's actionable. Okay, you actually took an action that we all understand as adults, or at least competent adults, that can expose people, like you said, more importantly, your family, to harm. That should not be tolerated. 100%, that should not be tolerated. But I didn't know that was the case. I thought he got clipped for something he said in a room that it had nothing to do with doxing.
He got clipped because he was going on a tirade for the last 5 days about me, my family, my background, you name it, Yoshi. He went scorched earth. He tried to, but all he really was doing, Yoshi, was regurgitating the same shit that everybody else has said over the last 5 years, and that I even spoke about. But he's just one of those polarizing things that people come to his room because they want to hit a car crash. They don't. Damn it! It don't matter that he's talking about my family. Or he's talking about my life. Who cares?
Right. Yeah, I don't think it should get personal with that on this app to that extent. Keep it on the information. If you're assaulting somebody in the room based off of something they said to you or said about a topic, that's one thing. But when you take that beyond this digital realm and bring it into people's actual lives, that is crossing the line. And so that's the basis on which you initiated the poll. Then on that basis, I would have to change my vote, JB.
Yeah,
100%.
I can't believe I convinced you to change your vote. But yeah, that's exactly my whole thought process. And I gotta be honest, he's been talking on me for 5 days. I haven't said a word to him or about him.
He spent like the past 3 hours talking shit about him.
5 days because he's obsessed with me, and I haven't punched back. I haven't said it, and I even told my other mods to not bring his name up. But he just refuses to stop. He got clipped tonight because he was gossiping, and I had nothing to do with it. Clubhouse got involved in their own.
He had a room the other night. I don't like Pepe. It's his cadence with which he speaks, the tone of his voice is irritating to me. So it makes it difficult for me to tone into the content of what he's presenting. I can't get beyond his voice.
He sounds like Kermit the Frog.
Something like that. And then I know that he's some of his words are inflammatory. That doesn't bother me, but I don't audience his platform too frequently. I happen to share platforms with him when he's in someone else's room. But yeah, Pepe, I didn't know he was doing that about you, JB.
Not just me.
That's disheartening to hear that. That he was doing that. That happens to people on his app. I know it happens to people on his app, but I didn't know that he was doing that. When I went into his room, I think for about 3 minutes, he was talking about how the Israeli flag was identified with Jewish identity, and he was disapproval with that. But I didn't stick around to hear where that was going. That was the extent of what I caught. But like I said, on the basis of that, I changed my vote, man. He deserved it to get clipped on that. I didn't know it.
But here's the thing, Yoshi. Before I go to Dawn, let me just say this, bro. If Clubhouse kept kicking you out, you would be like, why am I going back? I'm not welcome there. This dude's gonna be back tomorrow with a new account because he's so arrogant. He's so narcissistic. He feels like everybody needs to hear what he has to say. I'm never gonna go into a club, Yoshi, that I'm not welcome. That's it.
Well, JB, that's your nature, okay? The ant only comes into your house when you invite it to food. The roach is there regardless. The roach knows that he's not invited, that his presence isn't wanted. That's why he runs, regardless of whether or not he's being pursued. It's in his nature. He knows he's not wanted. The ant doesn't run when it sees you. It's minding his business, like the bee. But the fly and the roach, they're different stories. So he'll come where he's not invited or not wanted because his nature is akin to the roach and the fly.
Bro, that was amazing. That's amazing the way you put that. That made so much sense to me. Thank you for that, Yoshi. I appreciate you, bro.
Anytime, JB.
We need a mic drop emoji. I feel like we need to give you a mic drop emoji.
Thank you, Yoshi. Dawn, how you doing, Dawn?
Jamie, good. How are you? I'm sorry to hear all this. I'm just learning about this evening, to be honest with you. I was in the other room briefly, for a couple minutes, and then I was sort of asking myself, okay, can someone give me a recap? Like, I kept thinking that, right? and he was talking to someone, and I didn't know who he was talking to because he was very direct, directing his points to someone as if he was having a one-on-one, right? I'm like, who the fuck is he talking to? He was talking to you, but you weren't on stage. And
I wasn't even in the room, but he's talking to me like I'm.
I was like, what is going on? So, oh my god. Anyway, so yeah, I just thought I'd add that in there, but I got that he had said that, you mentioned he doxed you, but he said I didn't dox him. That's a lie, and I'll accept my apology. And I
You want to ask me who I vote? Jefferson has my vote.
It's the only thing. Dawn, here's the thing. When we all came on this app, we all used our original names with our photos. So there's doxing. We told our professions. It's a doxing.
Yeah, but KP, he takes it to the next level where he does deep dive researches and he tells, like, listen, how this whole thing started, this whole bullshit started was he went and did a deep research on Roger and gave Roger's work history, his family's information. He put up pictures. Now, if you don't want your picture on here, right, and he's been on here for 5 years, Roger, why would he put that picture up? He crossed those lines. I don't care if you use your real name or not. But when you get his family's information about this, what the fuck does his work history have to do with anything to do with with this act?
True. Like, I'm still trying to piece everything together, JD. I don't like what's going on, brother. I don't like it. And
Fernandez?
you're my brother.
Solicitor Fernandez, I, Madam Chair.
I don't like
No.
this shit. Now you're there. I told Pepe, you're better than this. Stop it.
Well, apparently he's not. Anyway, listen, guys, I'm gonna get going. I just need to get some things off my chest. MG, you're more than welcome to keep it open. If not, I'm just gonna close it down because I rest assured people, the storm is coming tomorrow. Pepe will be back on this app and spewing his bullshit. So, guaranteed. Club Mango, what's up? Before I close it down, let me say hello to you. If you're speaking, I can't hear you.
Oh, somebody just came into the room, and I hate that they missed this. Man, I hate that a certain someone missed this entire thing. Or he would have liked to be caught up on the latest drama. I won't say the person's name, but you probably already know who it is. But yeah. Okay, that's it. Sorry, JB.
It's okay, man. I'm out of here. Guys, do what you want. I'm sure there's going to be a response room to the response room to the response room. I don't really give a fuck what people say about me. But when you go after my friends, like, listen, Roger could be brusque, he could be brash, he could be, a pain in the ass. But Roger's a good dude. To dox him, yeah, I'm going to call that out every day of the week. I don't give a fuck. And he got doxed. So Pepe could play and say, all I did was put up his picture. That's a lie. We have many accounts that will back that up. For me, man, I'm just over. I just want to have good conversations.
Hello?
Hello? What's up, Club Mango?
Oh, hey, what's up? How you doing?
Doing fantastic.
How's everybody?
Good. You want to chime in before we leave?
Yeah, hey, Pink.
Mango!
Yeah, I believe karma is real. As a great Libra, I spent the whole day serving karma to a light-skinned chick who thought she could, what I'm saying, be a colorist in a room full of colorists the night before. And even though it was none of my business, I just felt like...
Alright.
It's funny because I was in her room and she was like,
Another amazing room. Wow, Jazzy, bringing together such great rooms. Good work, Jasmine. What a life. What an incredible life.
Stop John Kitover should never be a congressman.
5 reasons why Jazzy eats too much.
Congress
Cause of
people
Popeyes,
that
cause
have
of
25
KFC,
propped up, running, annoying people.
cause of
Alright?
Chick-fil-A, cause of Domino's and Pizza Hut.
Would you?
Yeah, I don't think I.
They clipped every single Clubhouse account I had.
What I want to get to very quickly, there's a lot of criticism of Donald Trump because he didn't blast Trump. He didn't blast Vladimir Putin. I don't quite understand that. Just remember that during World War II, Joseph Stalin had killed 20 million of his own people. He had invaded free Poland along with Nazi Germany. He had attacked free Finland in 1939-40 and annexed 10% of it. He had helped.
Introducing our
Germany from September 1st, 1939 to June 22nd, 1941. He was our enemy. And then suddenly and only when Germany turned on him did he come to us. And we accepted that alliance on the principle that he was useful. And we gave billions of dollars in aid. 30% of the wherewithal of Stalin came from the British Empire, the United States government. So, you know, FDR met with him. And, you know, he even called him Uncle Joe. This is a man who killed 20 million of his own people. 1972, Richard Nixon went to China, and he tried to have a reboot of the strategic global order, play off Russia against China to the self-interest of the United States. But the point was he sat down with the greatest mass murderer in history, Mao Zedong, who was responsible for 70 million people dead. Was Donald Trump not to meet with Putin, or was he, when he to meet with him, was he to employ the vocabulary of Joe Biden? You're a murderer, you're a thug, you're a criminal, as Biden said of him. And we're going to do whatever it takes. Does he have support for that? For an unlimited blank check to Ukraine? No. So he's trying to get along with a killer in a way that past presidents have reached out to mass murderers. The other thing is, very quickly, while there is the contours of a peace settlement, Donald Trump is not responsible for this war. He's the most powerful man in the world. He wants to help Ukraine get a just settlement. He's working with the Europeans. He's beefed up NATO. But remember this. In the last 4 administrations, Putin has invaded Georgia under George Bush. They invaded Crimea and Donbass under Barack Obama. They tried to take Kiev under Joe Biden. They didn't go anywhere under Donald Trump. Donald Trump was not the author of the failed reset. Remember the 2009 Geneva debacle where Hillary Clinton pushed that reset button and we were supposed to be friendly with Russia, and basically what we did is we said, you should be democratic, you gotta be Western, you're gonna have a liberalizing. Well, they didn't back it up. So they were loud but carried a twig rather than spoke softly with a club. Donald Trump had nothing to do with the Victoria Nuland and all of that earlier effort to put Ukraine and NATO and to interfere in the government of Ukraine. He had nothing to do with that. He did his children went over to Ukraine and tried to shake down the Ukrainian government to pour money into their presidential family, and then, as Joe Biden did, went over there and fired the prosecutor on threats, and he used our money to threaten the Ukrainians. He has no history of that. He sent offensive weapons to Ukraine that Biden had embargoed. He was pretty tough on the Russians in a way Biden never was. He said, don't do the Nord Stream 2 pipeline, Germany. Don't do it.
When heading out at night, you must carry this flowing
Evidence of things.
He killed a lot of the Wagner group. He got out of an asymmetrical missile view. But he had no fingerprints on the Ukrainian war. He didn't say, as Joe Biden did when he came into office, our reaction as America will be contingent on whether it's a minor invasion. Think of that. That was a green light to Putin, as was his suspension of offensive military arms to Ukraine. So what am I getting at? The summit was about what we could expect. Putin wants to win over America, so then America will back off from Ukraine, and so it can get some more mileage westward and further deteriorate or erode or defy the Ukrainian military. The Ukrainian military is pretty tough. It's hanging in there. It wants enough aid to leverage Putin. And between those two poles, there will be a DMZ. And if there is a peace settlement, it will be the work, whether the left likes it or not, of Donald Trump, the one world leader among the three that has nothing to do with this war. Didn't start on his watch. It wasn't a result of his policies. And it surely was not his responsibility that Vladimir Putin found himself inside Ukraine and threatening to destroy the independence of the Ukrainian people. That was not Donald Trump's doing, but it may well be his doing to stop it. Thank you very much. This is Victor Davis Hansen for the Dailies.
Okay. Does this make sense, Barbie, now? Like, he has a way of clearing everything up. Very simple, very perfect, going through the history.
I think it always made sense to me what Trump was doing with Russia. I was never under the illusion that Trump had like some special liking for Vladimir Putin. I just think Trump is a deal maker and he wants peace and stability and he's willing to go the extra mile to do it when other people are just willing to, posture, bloviate. I can't think of the right word. I think Trump is always willing to make a deal with whoever, and I think that's what separates him because while he will make a deal with whoever, if they don't come to the table and make a deal, he's gonna do what needs to be done. He's gonna do the right thing. You know? And he's shown that over, I don't know, pretty much every time push has come to shove, he's followed through on that, in my opinion. Again, it's just my opinion. I'm not surprised. I mean, I don't know if there's gonna be a peace deal, I'll be honest. I just don't know if we're putting this genie back in the bottle. I just feel like the way Putin has been acting, I don't know if we're putting this genie back in the bottle. I really don't. I hope there is. I think this is a colossal money pit and just a source of tension. But I don't know. What do you think, Sal? Do you think there's gonna be a deal?
Not for a while. Not for a while.
Stop.
Yeah.
So I want to say something about what Zigos and Dan was talking about before.
Okay.
So I've been to Morocco a few times, Dan and Zigos, and from what I've discovered there is almost 90% of Morocco drinks alcohol, and those are Muslims. So the way they do it is a foreign businessman opens a bar there. It's not meant for Muslims, but they go there anyways and they drink. And they open clubs too. The second thing is the King of Morocco, he doesn't give power to clerics. So I don't understand that. If you can explain that to me. Because it seems like a very stable country, generally speaking.
Yeah, reliable to know. In Morocco, the Muslim Brotherhood, they function under different labels. They're actually powerful, whether it's like, believe it or not. So he does, and even though he is openly, he does not express enmity toward Israel, toward the Jews, but still, any Moroccans, if you talk to Muslims Moroccan, they reflect the same sentiment that is.
I was seeing them on Twitter. They're on Twitter, and they are very.
Yeah, they're everywhere. So it's the same sentiment. And regarding alcohol, I had a friend, a Jordanian friend. He is an owner of a huge factory. He exports alcohol all over the world, and his business is sustained in Jordan because, of course, you have 99% of the population are Muslims. So you can imagine it's like who drinks all of the alcohol. And my friend is just like, he's a multi-millionaire or something like that. So he is sustaining his business like, and no, forget my friend, that's like, I know my people. So it's like 70% of the people I know probably drink. So alcohol in Islam, what happened is that Muhammad entered the mosque and he found Ali bin Abi Talib. Ali bin Abi Talib is considered to be like the prophet for the Shia. It was his cousin and his companion. He was reading the Quran. He was mumbling. He was, he was not reading the Quran accurately. So Muhammad got mad. He said, "Okay, don't pray while you're drunk." And that's the verse of the Quran. لا تقربوا الصلاة وأنتم سكارى. Alcohol was never prohibited in Islam. Never. However, it's like different reasons led to strict prohibition by different fatwas. But Muhammad himself used to drink wine imported from the Levant, from Damascus. And this is like...
Well, that's why it was shocking during FIFA that Qatar last minute banned all alcohol use because they had all these advertisers and all these people coming there, and then they banned it at the last minute, which pissed off all the soccer fans.
Listen, alcohol was
But originally it wasn't.
just listen to this. You're gonna love it because it's all about communism. So what happened is that alcohol was not really strictly prohibited in the Islamic world until we have the Muslim Brotherhood and King Faisal of Saudi Arabia supporting them because he was threatened by Gamal Abdel Nasser. Gamal Abdel Nasser was a communist after he failed to get the West to give him weapons. So he went to the communist side and he became a communist. Yeah, he went to the Russian and they gave him weapons. But after he imprisoned the Muslim Brotherhood and the radical Muslims, had his reality, even though he was not a Muslim. But anyway, he was popular. King Faisal was threatened by him, but he could not fight him. He needed an excuse, he needed a reason in order to fight Jamal Abdel Nasser, and of course it was communism. So he empowered the Islamic movements in the Arab world to weaken Jamal Abdel Nasser. And what happened after the 1967 defeat, when Israel defeated the Arab armies at the Al-Khartoum summit, Jamal Abdel Nasser, he was defeated, he was in debt, so King Faisal gave him money in front of all the Arab leaders, and by doing that, he asserted his dominance, and Jamal Abdel Nasser used the money to pay the Egyptian debt. However, there was a condition to release all the Islamists or the Islamic radicals from his presence, and that's how they were empowered. Now to the alcohol point, because the communists, the nationalists in the Arab world, they were heavy drinkers. Okay, anyone who was communist or pan-Arabist in the Arab world, he was really heavy drinker. They were known to be alcoholic. They had alcohol everywhere, wherever they meet. So the Islamic movements looked at alcohol the same way they looked at pork. Only Christians eat pork. So if you eat pork, you're not from us. The same thing is like if you drink alcohol, you are from the communists, from the nationalists who are anti-Islam. So that's how, and Zico said something about when he traveled. Yeah, when he traveled to Egypt. You know, Lebanon is pretty known for its nightlife and openness, right? But back in the 60s, there is a Lebanese singer, her name is Salah. She's very famous. Whenever she travels to Egypt, her mom would tell her, be careful, because in Egypt it's very, they're open-minded, and can you imagine this? A Lebanese woman was afraid and, warned her daughter of going to Egypt. Yes, he goes, I'm not kidding, Sabuha said this herself. So, what happened?
I know this is their name. That's a lot. It's like
Yeah, I know, I took her
yeah, it's her singer name, and she married a bunch of Egyptians, and then she married still a lot of them.
She did, yeah. So what happened in Egypt is exactly this. Jamal Abdel Nasser, his nationalist movement was defeated, and that's why I always blame Israel. I always say Israel is responsible for the Islamic awakening, because if they didn't defeat Jamal Abdel Nasser, we didn't have to end up with the Islamic awakening taking over the Arab world. But anyway, so that's
And all these guys, remember, they were all drinkers during big caliphates.
Okay, I want to move the conversation if you're done on this for 1 second.
I just want to tell Barbie to check her DM, because Barbie sent you something.
Okay, I will check it. Sorry, my DMs are so.
I don't even want to look at my DMs.
Yeah, I will check them.
I'll go to the hands after this quick thing, and then you'll see what happens.
Recently, because it's going to have an unusual redistricting.
California, Barbie.
We're going to redraw the maps of our 52 congressional seats.
I know, they're trying to offset Texas.
According to our governor, because Texas has been doing that, and Gavin Newsom is running for president in 2028
Told you.
to show that he is something connected
100%.
compensation to Texas. There's a problem. Texas doesn't have an independent commission, and Texas has a underrepresentation of Republicans in congressional seats. But what Gavin Newsom is doing is very strange. He is undermining a independent commission. It's been dominated by the left, but he doesn't even trust it. Hello, this is Victor Davis Hansen for the Daily Signal. California's been in the news recently because it's going to have an unusual redistricting effort. That means we're going to redraw the maps of our 52 congressional seats, and we're going to do that. According to our governor, because Texas has been doing that, Does that percentage represent the majority? No, it doesn't in Texas. In fact, most red states, the 50 states, are ranked 1 to 50. Do the number of congressional seats in this state represent the Republican or Democratic aggregate overall vote as adjudicated by either state legislature races or statewide races or the presidency or the senators? You can use different formulas, but they're pretty much the same. The red states infrastructure is the same, and Gavin Newsom is doing what? He's doing another performance art, wiggling his head, saying the F word, the S word, trying to dare Trump to stop him, all in performance art for his next presidential run. Final observation. What he's counting on is nobody looks at the price of electricity, the price of food, the price of housing, the price of gas, on the infrastructure, crime rate, etc. in California, because he, more than any other Californian, as a Bay Area city council person, as a San Francisco mayor, as a lieutenant governor, and as a governor, has ruined this state. He took a natural paradise and he turned it into purgatory. Thank you very much. This is Victor Davis Hanson of the Daily State.
He needs to be hired as a political strategist for everybody in California for the RNC for me.
And so, did you see Alexandra Macedo's? I agree. Did you see Alexandra Macedo's response? Her piece. She's the minority Republican leader in the state legislature.
No, you can send it to me, but I do have some hands in. Like, can you send it to me? No.
Oh, okay, I'll put it up in the nest. It's an easy play.
Barbie, he needs to be the political strategist for the RNC in California, and Trump needs to make an example out of California. And why doesn't JD Vance take this on his head as his special project, Barbie?
Because he doesn't. I don't really understand what the VPs do, but I don't know. He doesn't. JD Vance, I feel like, is not going to do anything that's I get the feeling he's trying to cruise by and not piss anybody off so that he can run.
The only way, like, he could actually win is if against Gavin Newsom, is if he, showed all the corruption and they fixed California in a major way, and get him investigated for every possible corruption that he's done.
To be honest, there's so much to take Gavin Newsom down with that if that's not like a major project on the plates of people in the GOP, I don't know what's wrong with them, because he's not going to be easy to beat, not because he's a good candidate and not because he has good policies, because he's a sociopath, and sociopaths, unlike Kamala Harris, who's a narcissist, sociopaths are very good at adapting and fooling you into thinking that they're normal. He's going to be worse than Obama. He's going to be more radical than Obama.
You've seen the Chinese agitprop announcing his run. You saw, I sent you things, right?
Sure, and on top of it, like, he might be the only person who loves himself even more than Obama did, okay? Like, this is the perfect storm right here. Not to mention he's young and charismatic, and he looks good on pictures, just like he did with the JD Vance thing. That stupid crap sells to stupid people who look at that and say, oh, wow. I mean, not the smart people who can tell that he has zero substance, but he sells. He knows how to sell. Even people who don't like him, when they're like in front of him, when they hear him talk,
I don't know a single candidate that can run against him and win at this point that we have lined up.
I don't either. And that's not because, well, Trump, but he can't run again. And that's not because Gavin Newsom is amazing. It's because, again, he's a sociopath, and people shouldn't take that. People should take that very seriously, because
I hope Kimberly Guilfoyle is allowed to speak on it, and there's not an NDA, right? Because of their marriage, right, and everything that we.
Very weird. It's just crazy that she
was with Don Jr. and now she's back to Grace.
No, that she was married to Gavin Newsom. It explains a lot to me about. I'm not saying this in a mean way. I'm saying this in a very supportive woman way. It explains to me a lot about how she certain things, aspects of her personality.
Because of what she went through. Yeah.
Because of what she went through, I can't even imagine that freaking sociopath from hell. Now he has a Stepford wife, so she's good. She's probably all medicated.
No. I'll tell you about her privately. I'm not going to talk about her publicly, but I'll tell you about all that. Yeah, you know her family are Republicans, right? They voted for Trump, right?
I did not know that, but yeah, not surprised. Isn't she Cuban?
Isn't she Cuban?
No, she's not. No, she's not.
To me, she looks like Nicole Kidman from Stepford Wives.
Yeah.
That whole that dynamic going on with that face that shows no emotion whatsoever and dead eyes.
But there's I'll tell you enough stuff about her, but it just needs to go straight to Laura, and they have to have a whole campaign. But there's a lot of people. RFK knows a lot about him as well, FYI. So just remember that. Okay, cyber.
About a face disease.
Who's Butterface? Oh. Not before. Before she's gorgeous. Okay, go ahead, Cyber.
I was gonna ask, because California has this like independent commission and they have pretty clear like whatever you want to call it, mandates and guidelines for how they're supposed to like do their districting.
They violate everything. He's a violator.
Right.
Yeah.
But my point is that because they're short circuiting or like cutting off the 10-year window early, and they're also saying it's in response to another state's behavior, does that open them up to like being sued, like some kind of conspiracy against rights or something, like some other like thing, like imagine if they were doing anything.
Ask McAdoo, tweet underneath her and ask who else could we ask on this? Stephen Miller, you can ask him.
And he's saying specifically his purpose is to counteract the Republican representation in another state.
Yeah.
He's not saying that
There's states' rights, Cyber. States have rights.
Yes, you have states' rights, but
federalism exists in the United States of America. States are able to do what they wish to do. Now, the government is in charge of a federal election, but states can appropriate things the way the state legislature and the governor feel is in the best interest of the state. And just because he's reacting to Texas doesn't mean that he doesn't think it's in the state's best interest.
No, but I agree. I'm not saying this is a mission for the federal government. I'm saying within California Republicans have a cause of
California elected a woman who went to Cuba for 17 straight years. California elected Adam Schiff a few weeks ago.
I know, Uncle Mac Adam Schiff is very annoying. We're on the same page. I don't like him either. That's not.
Why would you think that California or Californians are going to turn the other cheek now and start to come around? It's not bad enough.
I don't need a majority. I just need enough.
Let's just talk about a lawsuit, and that can happen. Yeah, there's a ground game. Elizabeth Barkohana talking to me privately about it. There is a massive lawsuit and ground game. The question is whether or not you'll have like Nicole Shanahan and Elon Musk put money behind it. That's what you need, right? And the Silicon Valley guys. If you don't have that, you need their money, and you need like two Silicon Valley guys and maybe Elon Musk, or you need like Sean McGuire and Elon Musk and somebody else. But you need a legal team. So I think Heartbeat's looking into this now, but there is going to be a lawsuit, Fred, about this and what they're doing. So
I thought that there were restrictions placed on states' ability to draw maps because of racism and issues like that. So the federal government did have oversight in the southern states. I know California wasn't a slave state because it didn't exist during the Civil War. But that doesn't mean that the federal government doesn't have a history and a precedent to intercede and oversee the drawing of congressional districts.
Yeah, so we need to ask Shipwrecked, James R. We need to ask Croaky is another one. Who else would know? I'm trying to think. Who's a constitutional lawyer that we can ask? Just right,
Jonathan Turley would be good.
Yeah. So has anybody responded to this? Go search
Well, the statute that they use in the southern states is the Civil Rights Act of 1965, Section 2. And it's been abused, it's been misinterpreted, or there's some gray area, and it's been abused, and that's what they're overturning now in the state of Texas, these coalition minority districts. And this was settled in the 5th District Court with Galveston versus Petaway is the key legal case. So anybody that's interested, look up Galveston versus Petaway for far-reaching implications and how various districts are gerrymandered to favor, to set up a majority-minority district so that they can vote in a minority. And especially when you have contrast, like you have Maria Salazar, you have Byron Donalds and all that are perfect examples of you don't need to gerrymander a district to create a minority set-aside, essentially. So it's called Galveston versus Petaway.
like California's Ninth Circuit, so it's not the same circuit. So like a California resident could bring a lawsuit, and it wouldn't be in conflict. There would be a conflict between the circuits, which would then get appealed to the Supreme Court. But that's like a later step.
So you have to see what's been tweeted out by let me see here. Here it is. This is the redistricting. Hold on a second.
Okay, so Democrats released proposed new California congressional map. And while this is going on because Newsom said, he's going to finish him. That's Newsom's claim. He's going to finish him. So Newsom leads California redistrict plans revealed in a leaked map. Rob, I don't know if you have that or not. If you want to pull that up, I'll read the story. So, and then Schwarzenegger has to say something. So here we go. Democrats, led by Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee, submitted a proposed California congressional map to counter Republican-led redistricting in Texas. Earlier today, the DCCC submitted a proposed congressional map to the Legislative Public Portal with collaborative input from stakeholders and legislators. We anticipate this proposal will have widespread support both among California office holders and various stakeholders across the state. The map targets 5 Republican incumbents, which is Kevin Kiley, Doug Malfa, Darrell Issa, which we showed this last week, Tim Calvert, and David Vallado to create 5 blue-leaning districts aiming to neutralize Texas' plan to gain the 5 GOP seats. Gavin Newsom, pushing for November special election, said, they do 5 seats, we can do 5 seats. Framing it as a response to President Trump's Texas strategy. Rob, go ahead. Is this a clip or an image that you're
Sorry, this is the map that was leaked over the course of the redistrict.
Got it. And can you show what it looked like before?
Yeah.
Is there a way to put them right next to each other to just kind of see what areas they're focused in? Tom, while this is happening, Tom, is that the one? Are you able to put those two together? Is that it? So if you watch this is massive.
Yeah, they have to look up by Reno. Wow. See Reno, where the Nevada bends up there? Take a look up what just happened.
So that's a real redistricting taking place.
Yep.
Yeah, they literally are taking a pencil and going through it.
There it is. There's what I'm talking about. That salamander, Pat, you were showing us that gerrymander by Vegas. See, they're making it bigger and closer to Sacramento and taking out all of the red farmers along the Sierras.
Yeah, so that's going to replace 5, because California knows they have the power to do so. While they're doing this, a former somewhat rhino Republican governor named Arnold comes out and is mobilizing to oppose Newsom's push to temporarily scrap the state's nonpartisan redistricting commission, stating in a social media post, I'm getting ready for the gerrymandering battle while wearing the t-shirt saying terminate gerrymandering. Schwarzenegger, who championed the commission's creation through constitutional amendment in 2008 and 2010, opposes both Newsom's plan and similar Republican-led efforts in Texas, with his spokesperson, Daniel Ketchel, telling Politico he calls gerrymandering evil, and he means that. He thinks it's truly evil for politicians to take power from people. He's opposed to what Texas is doing, and he's opposed to the idea that California would race to the bottom to do the same thing. The commission popular among California for public opinion polling was designed to remove political manipulation from redistricting, but this is going to be taking place. Tom, your thoughts on this?
Once upon a time in 2008, 2010, the Terminator was there, and you know what he was trying to do? I did some research on this. This was very similar to the Florida plan. The congressional districts have to be around cities and be districts that are drawn in a rational way around cities and population groups. That's what he was trying to do. And this was a nonpartisan redistricting commission that Newsom wants to scrap. I wonder why. So think about those 2 points, Vinny. You have a guy that said, hey, Florida's doing it right. That's not exactly what Arnold said, but Arnold said, this plan was right. It happens to be what Florida does. Let's have a nonpartisan commission. So if anybody wants to do this, you know, we keep it sane so that the representation is around the people. And that's what Arnold did in 2008, 2010. So he's got the moral authority to speak up and say, I tried to create a commission on this. Don't do it. This is crazy.
And he's losing the battle. So,
who is losing?
Gavin, Politico
Citron Center survey found that 64% of California voters want the Dependent Redistricting Commission to remain in charge, while 36% want to return authority to legislative control by Newsom and the Democrats. And listen, and I know you want to go to Adam. We got to give credit. We're all about competition in first place, and we got to give it up to Gavin Newsom. California, as of this weekend, leads the nation in unemployment and homelessness. So you got to just give it to Mr. Both. He might win the triple crown. Homelessness number one. Unemployment this weekend. He's number one. Go ahead, Adam. I just want to give him credit.
Well, I actually have a question for Pat. Well, the one person who does show up, I know we were talking about how Bill Maher was calling the Democrats sort of weak and woke and they won't show up. The one guy that will show up, unfortunately for most people, is Gavin Newsom. Gavin with the good hair will show up, and he'll just spew his nonsense and slap people around Vinny's mockery that he does of Gavin, but he'll show up and he'll just spew his lies. What I want to understand from you, Pat, and even both you guys spent a lot of time in California. I think you were there how many years, Pat? 20-something years? What are you hearing from people left, right, and center about this whole redistricting thing? You know, I don't spend a lot of time in California. We were just there, so I don't have a lot of boots on the ground. What are you hearing from average folks in California about this redistricting
I think
plan?
honestly, it's irrelevant what I'm hearing from the people, because, you know, it's what he can do and what he cannot do. Okay? So whether people want, of course people don't want this. You think liberals want this? They don't want this. They're already 43-9. Okay? By the time Gavin's going to be done, it could end up being 48-4. Do you know what that means? 48-4. I think it would put him number one, above everybody. Okay? It's not number one to be number two, but it's going to be up there. Represented as a big state that's dominating everybody else. He'd be ahead of Illinois. 48-4. Do you know what 48-4 means? Let me talk to my good friends in California, the Armenians and the Syrians that will be soon moving to Boca Raton. But let me talk to you guys real quick, okay? You know what that means? To those of you guys that go to sleep every night praying for California to be a red state during your lifetime, well, you're not taking advantage of Social Security, meaning you're not going to be in your 70s. And you're 40 watching this, you're saying, oh, you're eventually going to turn red. Maybe it may. What this says is, if they go 48-4, how are you going to do it? How are you going to do it? How are you going to do it? They're going to do everything in their power to change the state. They got destroyed in 2024 election. Every county in California voted more Republican than Democrat in 2024 election, according to charts that we've seen many, many different times, right? Every county. They got destroyed. It is the most embarrassing. Look at that, 2020 to 2024. Wow. It is the most embarrassing moment during who was the governor in 2020 in California? Wasn't it a guy named Gavin Newsom? Who was the governor in the state of California in 2024? Wasn't it a guy named Gavin Newsom? And then he's out there while this is taking place. Play the clip of him talking about on this one podcast. But watch this clip here. Nobel Peace Prize. Look what rhetoric he's doing. If you just go to my X account, Rob, that's all you got to do. You'll see that's the third clip. If you watch this guy, he's a pro. Trump broke these guys. Watch this real quick. Go ahead. It's about the United States of America. He doesn't.
Don't mix pink salt with lemon and.
He believes in the red states. He's going after. He's a war. He's a wartime president. He's the head of a war party. War on women. War on voting rights. War on Hispanics. This doesn't work anymore on this state. War on institutions. War on history. I mean, this is serious. This guy's trying to get a Nobel Peace Prize. This is serious. That's what he's going to try to say tomorrow in Alaska. Yeah. He's a big guy trying to find peace, really? When he's bringing war to the American people? He put military in the streets, not of Baghdad. He didn't send the military in his first administration anywhere in the world. He sent the United States Marines into the United States of America in one of the bluest cities in this country, in Los Angeles, one of the great cities, American cities.
Maybe you should freaking keep the crime down and to do that.
But keep this in mind while he's doing this. Rob, can you go to the...
Somebody run Gavin Newsom as Palestinian. That's what I'm going to put in.
I said the following. I said they go up a little bit if you could. There you go. Fear porn, right there, Rob, just right there, zoom in a little bit. Fear porn no longer works. It makes what may work in California, but not nationally. Trump broke the party. Newsom, you even tried to move to the Senate, but your party has a leash on you. Unfortunately, they seem to own you. Good luck. So this approach, you know how people say, well, he's going to be running for 2020 and all this other stuff. This is not going to work in America in 2028. Nope. It's just not. Because drive stats. If I'm in the game of giving feedback on sports and games and trades and all this stuff, and I don't follow the most important stats that are out there, if I don't follow it, what else am I following? Newsom, your world, the stat is polls. And polls from CNN, not Fox polls. CNN polls disagree with you. How many lies did you just make right there? Okay? When you go to National Guard, Tim Walz pulled National Guard on George Floyd during COVID, going around with, pellet, or what was it? Paintballs, shooting up people that were coming up. Your guy did that, Tim Walz. Okay? You guys did that. You're pouring on war and the different claims that you're making. It's not going to work. So these guys, this is going to work. California 48-4. To all the Californians that are watching this, that's your governor. And I'm getting a bunch of messages. This person's going to run. That person's going to run. This person's going to run. That person's going to run. This is your last shot, California. Whatever you do, you best be involved in this next election. You all best go knocking on doors for your candidate that may be flipping the state. You best go out there and get to work. You best do your part, because if you don't, this becomes 48-4. Guess what? Nevada is an option. You got Texas is an option, and Boca Raton for the Armenians and the Syrians is an option. You'll see how many Armenians. Every week I see so many people that come and say, hey, Pat, I moved you. I watched your video. Hey, Pat, I moved you. I watched you. Hey, man, I just want to let you know. No, I didn't move you because of your video, but I moved you before that. Hey, man. Awesome. Our cigar lounge boardroom. Shout out to the boardroom cigar lounge. Sick. The new platinum lounge is insane. Our members, like immediately, our membership was Rob, can you go to the boardroom cigar lounge? You know how many people are in there that are just business people that want to be free? Who are what? Who are people that are, Rob, just go to the page, homepage, where you were at. Yeah. You know how many people that are just coming there? They're like, I just got out of California. I left this. I left the Blues. I left New York. I left for traveling and commuting. There's no other bag like Facebook.
So, Barbie, I'm concerned. I still think he could win presidency regardless of his history, because that's sociopaths are able to win, and he will have the full force of every single. They've been planning this for a while. So, and they have, it doesn't matter whatever opposition research they have on him, like in other words, to fix him up, to make him look good, or even make him look bad. He has to be disqualified from even running from investigation for corruption. So that he can't even put his name on the ballot. That's where we're at. That should have been done and been working since, last year, from the whole RFK crew and Shanahan and Elon Musk. And they're not. It's radio silence. Do you see any of them going after him? No, they're not. So that's what I don't understand. So maybe they want him as president. Maybe he's going to be different as president because he'll have more control and he won't be the DSA. But the DSA has whatever compromise they need on him. So I don't know what the plan is, but it's no bueno, guys. So yeah, it's really no bueno. Are you laughing, Cyber? That I said no bueno?
No, I think you said maybe he'll be different as president because the DSA won't be able to pull him left. I'm like, no, that's not what difference. We'll see it. No.
Yeah. Okay. So that's it. I'm telling you. Yeah. There's whoever they think is going to run. It's about the amount of money. He'll have what, $93 billion probably from Samantha Powers' war chest from the DOE. They'll use to run him, Barbie, and he will win. He will win. I've been warning everybody. I've recorded spaces. I have tweets. 3 years. If you know me, I've talked about it incessantly. Who's going to do it? What's going on? What's going on? What's the plan? What's the plan? What's the plan? And became the climate czar when the Chinese came. I mean, they will run up a campaign. They're doing it now, and calling him a Chad and all that. If you know what I'm talking about. So they're running a whole op, and nobody cares. So
I don't know. I've heard rumors that he might be more of a white nationalist than J.D. Vance. Because after all,
I saw that one too. I know. It's very.
He married an Indian woman. At least Gavin is keeping the white race pure. So I just think we need proof that he's not a white nationalist for me to vote for him. I just need to know, because he could be a stealth white nationalist. Like me, like how they call me a white nationalist. No, I mean, he could just be sneaking it in. There were white nationalists and we're communists. It's known to happen.
Right.
A closet white nationalist.
Right.
exactly sunlight. A closeted white nationalist, just like he's a closeted homosexual. It could be both, right? He could be in two closets at once. Schrodinger's governor.
Show me the amount of closets.
He has one testicle in each closet.
He has a big house. There's a lot of closets.
A lot of closets.
What are you talking about? He already did surgery. He doesn't have those anymore.
No. You guys, you don't understand the behemoth that we're dealing with. Like this is like literally, like look what they did to Robert Kennedy Jr.'s father with Sirhan Sirhan. They had to have a Palestinian kill him, just a Christian Palestinian allegedly. To kill him just to get him off the ballot. So just prepare yourselves for what's coming.
So I'm just waiting for the Texas governor or, somebody to get a hold of this, since he's comparing himself to Texas, to look at the electric rate, it's like about 10 cents a kilowatt hour in Texas versus 30. The gas I just filled up yesterday at $2.59 a gallon. We've got right to work state. We have no state income tax. We have no local taxes, no local income tax. We have very low property
Change all that
taxes.
by you've got people coming in there that are like very bad people, sunlight coming into.
Well, we do, but I mean, for comparison's sake, if he's going to compare himself to Texas, somebody could take this and just the unemployment rate in Texas is lower. The water rate is lower as far as like what it costs, for a cubic meter of water, to the household, to businesses. That's why you look at the
You can just dig a well.
You can. I know people. I've got a neighbor two houses over that has a well. He's grandfathered in. He's had a well his entire life. Sitting here in a residential neighborhood. We have chickens. We have cattle. We have fun. It's not fun to be a Californian right now. So somebody needs to take that and just like show the contrast between California, show him Hollywood, it's all facade, and then show Texas where it's reality, where Governor or Ken Paxton or whatever's going around on a ranch stepping in cow dung, and breaking up, clearing out brush and stuff, whereas Gavin Newsom, we don't have natural disasters like that. Our flooding that we had, was horrific, but I mean, the emergency response from the state was incredible versus what they've done in California. So, there's so many contrasts, and I mean, I wish somebody would really grab it and run with this. Since he's going to compare himself to Texas, then let's go all the way, man.
I mean, the joke is that California might not have natural disasters, but they certainly make disasters with homelessness and all kinds of other issues like crime, right? They're like, we shouldn't be without disasters. I mean, they have earthquakes.
I have saying, if Texas was a country, it would be America.
Well, we could do the same thing stuff with DeSantis in Florida, versus Gavin Newsom. Let's compare. You want to start the comparison game? Let's go, man.
How do you compare him to Cuomo?
Number of nipple rings, so Gavin loses again.
Oh gosh. Okay, so like in Texas, you don't get to own mineral rights there.
What do you mean we don't get our own mineral rights?
No, unless you're grandfathered in, the state owns the mineral rights. You can't.
No, that's not true. I mean, if you're landman, you hire a landman. Like I live in a city whereby they did.
I'm not sure if you can hear me, but they're saying that James R. had a stroke. Have you guys been in other spaces and heard what's going on with James R.?
Nope. Please update us.
No, I'm asking. I only saw Jennifer Lawrence tweet it out.
Which subjects, still?
James R. had a stroke. I was just trying to see if people that go to the punch bowl and stuff, or anybody knows. There's people are tweeting it. I don't know if there's a space or what's going on, but yeah.
That's terrible. Terrible.
And we just want Kat Lintley to come in.
Don't know self, but hey, since I had the task of taking a look at that, how these individuals are getting medical visas.
I went and researched that further, so it is through the consulate, through the consulates that we have throughout the world. So if these individuals all got sent to Qatar, then the officers in that consulate are the ones that review the applications and approve them. So it would be the U.S. Embassy in Qatar that would have received the applications from the Palestinian medical visa request and reviewed them, and those officers would have approved them. And so you look at the consular staff, and then you look at who the officers are that have approval authority, and you can pinpoint exactly where the atrocity took place, right?
Is it the pirate radio guy?
Yes. That's what I'm trying to figure out.
From Hawaii.
I don't have any recent update, but yes, it is James, and I'm trying to get in touch with his wife or a couple of other friends to get an update. Last I knew that he's just in the hospital. That's all I know.
Okay, yeah, because Miss Giggles, we call his wife, is with him obviously, so people are communicating. Maybe Trash knows. Hold on, here's Trash. Hold on. Hey, Trash, do you have an update? Hold on, everybody, shush. I just want to speak to Trash. Trash, do you know what's going on with James?
Yeah, so he's out of surgery. He's in ICU. He's in stable condition. He's cognitive, and it's going to be a few days. And it looks like to me, based on that feedback so quickly, outside of 2 hours of notification, that he's going to be okay. And listen, shout out to James. You know that Walter and I have our nightly spaces, and we're addressing this, and I stayed on top of it. He's out of surgery. He's in ICU. It's going to be a few days, but he's cognitive, which tells me that he's going to be okay.
Okay, thank God. I'll reach out to his wife and to a couple others, but I'm obviously worried about him, and we love him, and oh gosh, I've done so much spaces with him, so.
It's been a wild ride, but he's going to be okay. I mean, yeah, not with him. I'm saying in general, like all of us, it's been a wild ride for several years, and so we definitely want to take care of our own.
Yeah.
But no, he's got a kid. He's got Giggles. He's got his family. He's moved back mainland. He's going to be okay.
Yeah, he was just on a very long drive helping out a friend move, and it was like hours and hours and hours and hours in the vehicle. And I thought to myself, if he had a stroke, easily you can have a clot if you're driving for that many hours and not getting up and walking and everything. So this, if you guys remember last week, he was in here and he's like, oh yeah, I'm helping out a friend. I'm driving like 20 hours. And I was like, you better get some rest. You remember, Zigos?
He's always helping out a friend. This is why a lot of people in the background that are not public, that I've reached out to, that he's helped personally, that are part of my team. I don't mean that people I direct. I'm saying that I'm part of a team of people that have been doing things for a very long time, and all of them in connection. And it seems to me he's going to be okay.
Okay, thank God. Thank God. Was there any requests from the family? Do they need anything or anything that they've made publicly requesting or anything?
I think Mark Naughton set up a give, send, go, or here. I'll go to the page.
Okay, thank you.
If people do want to help out financially, I'm sure he could use it. But I believe he has a. Let's see here. Give me 1 second. Yeah. He's got James's PayPal link active. Here, I'll repost it. If you guys go to my page.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, if you guys could go to my page, I just reposted it. You can get direct access to it. Mark Naughton just listed it, a couple hours ago, but it's out there.
Good news. We wish him a speedy recovery for sure.
Yeah, I love him so much. He's always so rock solid. So.
Well, I think a lot of us, right? We kind of get in the weeds with a lot of information, just like James and Mark and many of us. And I think sometimes, we forget a lot of us out here are putting every effort we can to get into the weeds and try to bring a level-headed analysis of something. And this is what I know of James to do. This is why I've always respected him. I mean, I wouldn't call him a close friend, but at the same time, we've always had a mutual respect for each other. It's because getting through the noise to find the signal and trying to find a level-headed analysis with all the craziness and all the noise and all the propaganda and all the astroturfing and everything else, James has always been on the right side of things. From what
always, yeah.
Yeah.
the Miami fires, the Maui fires, oh my God, how many spaces I did with him to debunk all these crazy narratives and all this bullshit, laser bullshit. Yeah,
Oh, Jesus.
so,
Yeah.
he never jumped on the woke right bandwagon or any of that shit, so.
No, he's always been a person like me, not directly, maybe indirectly, but I can recognize. I've always been the guy like, wait a minute, give me 48 hours, give me 24 hours, let me process this, let me get some more information. Like, I'm not going to go with your narrative. I'm not going this way, that way. Anyway, what are the facts? What do we have? What do we know? And so I would see James as somebody like that.
Very calm, steady voice. Doesn't get excited. I mean, he's a very, he always seems to be in control. It's I don't know how to describe himself. He's just very common sense and very calm, steady voice. He just has that soothing voice that that you're talking to somebody that is genuine. Or listening to somebody that is very, very genuine.
Yeah, as we move into the era of craving authenticity, people like that, many of us out here, you're going to need to be in that era of authenticity, and I'm here for it. We can break through a lot of narratives that way.
Hey, Stealth, off topic, but did you see, I just DM'd it to you, Stealth, did you see the video of Stephen Miller, Deputy White House Chief of Staff, promising that if sanctuary city mayors, I don't know if he said mayors specifically, but officials in municipalities or sanctuary cities don't cooperate by such and such deadlines in September at some point, that he promised arrests, like actual criminal arrests. Did you see that?
No, when did that come out?
Today, I just DM'd it to you. Maybe you want to play it. It's only a minute 20, short clip.
I'm not able to play things. I'm in transit. If you have,
I've got it. I've got it saved. I have everything.
Yeah, it's pretty strong. I don't know if you're. Is it okay if Pat plays it for the audience?
Yeah, of course. Go ahead.
Yeah, just give me a second. I just got to pull it up, but it's all here. I have it. I got a lot of California stuff going on right now too, by the way.
Oh yeah, we were just talking about it. Me and Barbie, we had a little meeting with. Well, I had a meeting with people regarding that based on the conversation we had in the space. And we had Laura here. Oh my God, 10 hours ago. I can't even remember now. She probably landed and already home. About the op that was running against her. So the recording on the space is amazing, and I'm supposed to send it to her, and I'm still having an open space. So after you go, I'll
No, I gotta find it. Give me a second. I gotta find it. I got clips everywhere. Give me a second.
May I say something like just while you're looking for it?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you. So for our subject, like trying to counter the Muslim Brotherhood ideology and influence at our policies, I think we're trying to build alliance every day, and here we're trying to have constructive talk to help with that. I just want to say something important because, and I hope Z Ghost doesn't interrupt me and understand where I'm coming from. I understand he has bad experience with the previous regime. Also, my family, one of my family resulted in amputating his leg from that regime. Two of my immediate family were politically arrested. So we all suffered, but that doesn't mean it was an Alawite regime, because the Alawites themselves suffered massively from it. We need to distinguish between ideology and human nature. So, as example, when you asked me about the relationship with Hezbollah, the same regime killed from Hezbollah maybe more than Israel killed from Hezbollah in 1980, trying to defend the Christian in Lebanon when they attacked the Christian. Also, there's some Christians who were attacked by the regime, Syrian regime at that time, but other Christians were protected. As example, when we were in Washington defending the minorities in Syria back in March, and one of my friends, Christian friends from Allentown, where most of Syrian Christians there, was with me. He himself told the congressmen and the senators,
Shamim, let's pick this up tomorrow because I'll have some people in here for you to speak with. Let's go to trash and then I'm going to close out just because it's late. I'm 3 hours ahead. 3 hours ago I was supposed to close out. So go ahead, trash.
I've got the clip from Stephen Miller. My God.
Thank you. Go ahead. Go ahead, trash.
My God.
The Democrat Party
is an extremist organization, Sean. It's not a political party in any normal sense of the word. A political party represents Americans. It represents law-abiding citizens. All you see all day long are crazy Democrats screeching on TV on behalf of foreign terrorists, hardened criminals, and violent illegal aliens. A political party exclusively dedicated to protecting terrorists, criminals, gangbangers, and murderers. That's what they become. These sanctuary city mayors, DOJ's been very clear. They had a deadline and they violated it. They had a deadline to comply with federal law and hand over the criminal illegal aliens in their custody, the child rapists, the child predators, the drug traffickers, the human traffickers. The sanctuary cities, like Boston, refused to turn over these menacing threats to public safety. And so now they face not only revocation of funds, not only the loss of taxpayer support, but also potential criminal charges for harboring and smuggling. This is as real as it gets, Sean. The Department of Justice laid out to these mayors how they were breaking our laws, and they refused to change their policy, and Attorney General Bondi is going to see this thing through to the end.
That's strong. That's strong. That's strong.
Boston is controlled by the Chinese, right? California is controlled by the Chinese. So all these organizations and the funding, he's absolutely right. It's under 10%. Can he actually start to arrest the mayors, like Mayor Bass, or what? Well, how far can he take it?
It's tricky. Sorry, go ahead, Russ. Go ahead, Chuck.
Yeah, I was going to say it is tricky because I am a states' rights person. Then you have cities inside these states, and so they can dictate some of their policy. If we set a precedent that federal law enforcement will supersede everything all the time, this would be general argument against the FBI for years and years. It's not something that I want to necessarily participate in, but if you're going to have Brianna Wu go out in Boston and bring out a mariachi band where some woman screeches into the microphone, and they're going to come out and you're going to basically say we will not participate. We're not going to do this. Yeah, well, if you actually are interceding yourself into federal law enforcement, who have a directive, who have the mandate, who have the executive order, and do have the support of Congress, by the way, you're not going to win that fight. And so you don't get to go out and say oh no, we're going to screech and yell and get all the boomer women with fanny packs with short, white hair, and they're going to come out here and with their signs and say stupid shit. Fine, you can do that, but it's not really going to work. We actually need to take these people out because they have federal, and this is the only part where they can actually make this gap work. They have federal proceedings that they were already part of an immigration system federally. And it doesn't really matter what community they're in because they still have federal charges by entering into a country illegally. So I think there's going to be federal jurisdiction here. And I think that the memo that Pam Bondi had put out and the deadline that they had put out that Stephen Miller's talking about here, it tells me that they actually have federal teeth behind it. It doesn't really matter what Mayor Brianna Wu wants to do and have some mariachi band. How racist are they, by the way? But nevertheless. So I think it has teeth, and I think that they're actually going to be able to pierce through this veil of these sanctuary city arguments. If you get Boston, the city of Boston, then you can take Minnesota. You can take any of these other states. Boston is the center of this. So I think it's really important.
Yeah, I was going to say
the lawsuit or what trash? Explain.
The resistance of the so-called resistance to the crackdown.
Because they're a CCP stronghold, but I'm trying to understand, Trish. What about California? Because that's another place, right? But are they able to go there or not?
Yeah, they should be able to. If they have a federal case, specifically with Department of Homeland Security or ICE, or they were even processed at the border and then let loose into our country, it doesn't really matter what community you live in, you have a federal case, not a local case.
Yeah, so it's true, tricky, and states' rights are legitimately important. I don't want to throw them away just because
they're 100% important. This is why I'm trying to be precise, Charlie.
No, you're right. No, you were. But just sort of, I guess, to add a little bit to it is, from my, I've been reading about this issue for years. From my understanding, yes, states or localities, they do have the right. They have states under the Constitution have plenary power, police powers, basically regular police powers, right? So they have a right to prioritize certain crimes and deprioritize others, sort of, almost like prosecutorial judgment, if you will,
right? So they do have a right not to actively assist the federal government on something that's the federal government's purview. That is more or less true, right? They don't have to enter into cooperation agreements or whatever, as far as I know, right? However, they do not have a right, or it seems to me where they're on shakier ground, is where they say, oh, we're knowingly inviting illegal immigrants to our jurisdiction. Or they're explicitly notified that such and such person was already in federal custody. We have a warrant out for his arrest. They notify such and such jurisdiction that this person, Jose Contreras, is wanted by federal authorities, and to knowingly undermine federal jurisdiction in that regard seems like you're crossing the line legally at that point. So if they're, in some cases, they're being so flagrant about it, I think it is possible that they're running afoul of criminal law, let alone, at risk of losing funding, right? Yeah, you don't have to cooperate. You don't have to be as gung-ho as the Trump administration is about it. You should be, but you don't have to be, legally speaking. But you can't, knowingly, as Stephen Miller says, harbor and invite something that you are 100% certain that specific person or that specific group of people are illegal immigrants that are wanted for, deportation.
Right. Like what I'm saying is, Steph, to answer your question, and I want to agree with Charlie Crown, who I don't know who it is. The point is, once you're already in the federal registrar, once you've gone through that process, the federal will supersede any kind of local jurisdiction that you have, because all you got to do is walk in and be like, yo, I got federal charges here, man. Like, I appreciate that he hasn't stolen or murdered or raped anybody in your district inside your city, Mayor Wu. That's fine, but he has actually national federal charges, and we need to take this person out. And if they stand in the way of that, I believe, and I would agree, is that they actually should face consequences. And this is what Stephen Miller is actually talking about here. I think that's the jinx of the conversation, whatever word you want to use. I think it's the center focus of what we're actually talking about here. And I'm not suggesting that the federal government should be able to override states' rights. Matter of fact, I'm actually lobbying against it, and I will fight against it tooth and nail. However, you've entered the country illegally. It has become a federal matter. You have a federal case, and federal agents are coming in to go. And so, I would never assume that a local municipality, let alone a state government law enforcement agency, would ever supersede already charges that entered in their community. And that is the argument that I believe is Stephen Miller's making here. And I think that the DOJ understands this, and this is why they went so hard with Pam Bondi's memo a couple days ago. Again, it's a weird place to be as a small libertarian, MAGA, America First, states' rights, federalist type person. But I mean, you can't argue with it. And so I don't know what to do with it, but that's my analysis on it.
It's important for all the levels, I believe in the constitutional kind of and what's called the separation of powers, right? But that also means the federal government gets their bailiwick, and one of their clear bailiwicks is immigration, right? For good or for bad,
because they're borders, right?
Correct. That's an international. Exactly. So dealing with international affairs and borders, right? And we saw it in the reverse during the Biden administration, Texas, I think, or whatever. We're like, hey, we want to, do such and such, and the federal courts ruled against them, even though, on policy, they were clearly right. But they said, sorry, the Biden administration has, or whatever the federal government has, this is their thing, right? And they have a right to do it. And listen, we saw the most extreme example in terms of arresting officials. Remember when they arrested the state judge? I think it was Wisconsin, the chunky judge there, who actively assisted a criminal getting out of her courtroom. While ICE showed up to the courtroom to arrest the guy, she ushered him out the back door, and they arrested her, and they're prosecuting her, and they have her dead to rights. Obviously that's sort of the other end of the extreme, but the federal government needs to be able to do what it needs to do in its limited government capacity, and the states have to do what they have to do, but you can't thwart proper jurisdiction of the federal government by knowingly, you can say we know something might happen, but you say this person is an illegal immigrant. We have a warrant for his arrest. He has final deportation orders. We know he's in your jail. We're telling you he's in your jail, and you're letting him go anyway.
Charlie, can I read the law on this? Because the law seems shockingly clear, and it it frustrates me when we get into this, oh well, Democrats just don't follow the law, so I guess that's not a law. Okay? 18 U.S. Code 3182, fugitives from state or territory to state, district, or territory. Whenever the executive authority of any state or territory demands any person as a fugitive from justice, of the executive authority of any state, district, or territory to which such a person has fled, and produces a copy of an indictment found or an affidavit made before a magistrate of any state or territory charging the person demanded with having committed treason, felony, or other crime, certified as authentic by the governor or chief magistrate of the state or territory from whence the person so charged has fled, the executive authority of the state, district, or territory to which such person has fled shall cause him to be arrested and secured and notify the executive authority making such demand or agent of such authority appointed to receive the fugitive, and shall cause the fugitive to be delivered to such agent when he shall appear. If no such agent appears within 30 days from the time of the arrest, the prisoner shall be discharged. If any legitimate agent of justice goes and says this person is wanted on this crime, hold them. They have to hold them for 30 days. I don't understand how this became like.
What you're talking about, cyber, requires a warrant being issued to the magistrate. It's very time-consuming and extremely expensive to do that for hundreds, if not hundreds of thousands of illegal immigrants. It requires
these are people in custody.
An amount of manpower. So
I'm talking about people in custody.
I'm talking about detainer requests. They're saying this is somebody who's already in prison. You have them in custody already for another reason. Hold them. I don't understand how they get to say, oh no. It's clear, 30 days. We have 30 days to show up.
They don't. You just answered your own question. If they provide the magistrate the paperwork required, they have no choice but to hold him. The reality is that's not what ICE is asking for. ICE is asking for them to be able to get these people without doing that, because it's safer than releasing them and putting them on the street and making them go chase them or knock down a door because the state didn't get the appropriate paperwork. And that's where the Democratic mayors and governors and representatives have been very careful to enunciate. We will work with you, but you must provide us with the magistrate's paperwork. If you don't, we're not going to work with you, period. And they've been crystal clear on this very point that you just read to us accurately. So that's what we're talking about here. They're making the United States government go through each and every step that the law requires to remove these people. They're playing ball and making sure that every T is crossed and every I is dotted before they turn over these people, if at all.
Okay, but we had the case of the guy that was let out of the police station. ICE had to chase him through the parking lot. Are you saying that ICE had not provided the requisite documentation to hold him?
That's when they arrested the judge that I was referring to earlier.
That's why she's liable.
Yeah.
That's why she's liable.
No.
That's right.
That's not what I'm talking about. It's a different case. Okay, going back. I understand, Fred, fair point. Can the federal government not use a proactive system and just give the name of every single person who's in the country overstaying their visa or illegally, and just proactively send it to every single county and district judge and say, when this person is arrested or detained for any reason, you are required to hold them?
They're going to send it to every single...
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah, and I'll tell you why.
Well, cyber, you're convoluting things because you're talking about visa overstays. We're talking about illegals that are here that we don't know about, that were gotaways or catch and release that we don't know where they're at and what they're up to. So when the local jurisdiction, a crime is committed and they arrest an illegal alien, they are supposed to notify ICE, and then ICE puts a detainer
on that to detain them for ICE pickup to turn that, because they don't have jurisdiction over the illegals. Local state governments do not have jurisdiction. The federal government does, because immigration authority falls within the federal government. So they, to try to send a notification of all these people, we don't know who like 20, 30 million of these people are, spread throughout the states. So, but the local government can determine.
That's all fair. That's all fair, but what I'm saying is either you get to cooperate and do your part, or we're just going to crash your system and bury you in paperwork, right? The Democrats threatened to do this with the Tomo Armando Brego Garcia guy, where they said, if you don't, turn the plane around or something, we're going to go to every single one of the 600 judges in the United States, and we're going to file a TRO with all of them and try to get you stopped. So they're willing to inconvenience the entire country with paperwork. I don't understand why we're not willing to do the same thing.
Yeah, and it's one thing. It's one thing. To what Fred was saying, it's one thing, and it's allowable, I think, for a police department to say we're not going to ask. When we arrest somebody, we're not going to ask them his immigration status. They don't. As far as I know, they don't have to do that. They should, but they don't have to, right? We don't want to cooperate in this kind of whatever draconian, as they view it, crackdown on illegal immigration. But it's another thing to say we have this guy, and you've had people who go way beyond that, like in Boston, Mayor Wu, and a few other jurisdictions where they go way beyond that. And they're like, and they literally have released, and judges have done the same thing, released people who are like wanted for violent crimes and I think murder in some cases, or attempted murder, simply because they don't want to cooperate with fucking ICE. It's like, well, but it's like, he's a murderer. Like, let's focus on the main thing. So it's going to be, they won't be.
That's fair, Charlie. Well, my point is crash their system. They want to not work in the system. Fine. We're going to, you say you want documents for everybody, then we'll provide documents for everybody. And all you do is you go through every single person who was released by the Biden administration, every single person, and guess what? You can send a warrant for someone.
30 million plus illegal aliens in the United
Right.
States.
Bury their email, crash their email servers.
30 million individual arrest warrants. 30
AI can do it,
million
Fred.
times every magistrate judge across the United States.
Exactly.
No,
They
not
said
exactly.
that they're not going to cooperate and they want the
It
documents.
cannot be done. It's not 600.
Why can't it be done? Where's the break? Explain why it can't be done. What's the technical limitation stopping it from being done?
Manpower. So Cyber, you want to use AI, and then we'll use Optimus robots to go out and arrest them. No, I'm kidding.
I just want AI to write the search warrant.
I know what you're saying.
Here's the thing. They want to challenge the warrant. Sound like they can challenge the warrant. That's fine. That's their choice. If they want to go and find a technicality in the warrant, go ahead. But I'm going to send them the warrant, and I'm going to bury their computer system. I'm going to crash. They don't have email hosting for that many emails, right? It's going to crash their system.
The address, all the things necessary to do the paperwork. You think that you just can make a Jose Gonzalez?
Fred, what's the sanction? What's the sanction for sending an incomplete warrant? What's the penalty for sending a warrant that's not like complete or perfect? You mean the law enforcement has never provided a warrant that wasn't up to standard?
Well, they can ignore it, I guess. They can find a reason to ignore it. If they say, oh, sorry, you didn't fill out such and such column or check such and such box.
Correct. You're correct, Charlie. They can ignore it, and that's fine, but it's still going to crash their system. They're still going to be completely unable to do it.
I think a better way is like what they did with highway funds, when they wanted to change the banking law to 21 across all the states, and they withheld highway fund money from the states that were non-compliant until they finally created it.
That gets challenged by the court. I'm doing something that can't be challenged by the court because it's already happened.
They're already ignoring detainers, so they'll just ignore the warrants, and then if they ignore the warrants, then what do you do? Are we going to send in, Emperor Palpatine and stormtroopers?
No, Sunlight. You don't understand. I'm making their local law enforcement completely ineffective. I don't care if they comply or don't comply. I'm saying you've chosen not to comply with a voluntary system that's simple, where everyone does less work. So now you're going to do the maximum
law enforcement are the people that protect you and I. Their local
Fred, they don't protect you and I can tell you, I'm only ever harassed by local police.
Their
They don't deal with the homeless people.
Our law enforcement. You want to cut off your nose to spite your face. You want to make sure that they can't do anything because they're.
No, I want local law enforcement. I want local chiefs of police and local sheriffs to say, I'm going to comply with the law.
They want to. You know, unfortunately, they're being directed by the bureaucrats not to. Believe me, these look at the local law enforcement. Look at the MPD. They are ecstatic that they actually get to do their jobs in Washington D.C. They're ecstatic. I mean, they are running toward gunfire and everything again. It's phenomenal. If we unleash the, you don't want to piss off millions and millions of citizens because local law enforcement is bogged down with bureaucratic crap and they can't do the jobs.
No, it's exactly what I want. That's exactly what I want. I want to see that their local causing their law enforcement completely unable to do their job, and they're limiting their ability to deal with actual criminals, and as a result, the federal government is having to use the maximalist solution. You chose to define the relationship as one where I have to provide to you every document, so I'm providing to you every document. You don't get to complain.
Yeah, well, Cyber, that's what the marketing contrast is that the Trump administration is going to be able to demonstrate with how they handle Washington, D.C., and so then they're going to say that, there is a template for doing this. When you get rid of cashless bail, get rid of these prosecutors that, aren't prosecuting, boom, boom, boom. And they have levers to use from the federal government where it doesn't create a constitutional crisis, so.
Whoa. I'm not suggesting anything that's a constitutional crisis. Providing them all the documentation is not a constitutional crisis. I agree with you. I think that there's a problem, though, which is Washington, D.C. is requiring a lot of federal troops, number one. And number two, they're also dealing with a lot of things. Like, I was very glad to see, Jeanine Pirro say they were not going to pursue gun charges unnecessarily. But there was a day there where they started going after people for gun charges, which are very anti-constitutional, right? That way of enforcing the law. So actually, I like my solution better, because I'm forcing the local police to put pressure on the local executives and the local bureaucrats.
Okay, I'm gonna let you finish that. I want to point everybody to the upward bubble. I want you to go see what I posted up there. This is the Chinese cyber warfare op that's going on about Gavin Newsom. He's a Chad sociopath white nationalist, is how they're pushing it out, like with the underwear modeling. Go look at this video up top. I DM'd it to some of you as well. I'm highly concerned because I'm monitoring everybody who shares the narrative and talks about it. And
underwear, is he like advertising Fruit of the Loom or what?
No, it's usually Calvin Klein. So why don't you look at it? It's in the upward bubble, and you'll see it's intentionally made and put out, and it's part of the cyber warfare campaign. It's all Calvin Klein. It's to compete with Donald Trump. It's pretty extensive how they're running it. And it's being run by very interesting people. So you'll start to see more of this stuff. I don't even know what to say.
Wait, do we run a campaign of Gavin Newsom as an OnlyFans model?
No, you don't understand. It's being run to grab certain outliers that he's because
he's
a Chad. It's a movement against the Indians as well as Indian, right? So they're trying to get the people that are like the Valhalla white nationalists, kind of like the American First. Yeah, they're trying to get the woke right to vote for him, and I think they will get it.
Right, but I'm saying you have to tip it like they're trying to get momentum, right, into the Chad candidate. But then you just flip it over the top of the mountain to the fact to get some boulder rolling down the other side, where you go, oh, he's just purely a sexualized candidate. He's really just internet whore.
Nobody cares. No, that narrative is not going to win. That's not enough. That's not strong enough, because it's going to look how it compares him to Trump. That narrative is not going to win. The only way to dirty him up is by associating with Nazis, but nobody's going to care either, because the people are always going to, you don't even understand how many layers to this there's going to be. I already can foresee it. I've been talking to people about it early this morning, and oh my gosh, my DMs just on the Gavin Newsom Chinese cyber op is insane. And they're going to spend hundreds of billions of dollars just spent by the Chinese to get him in. It's going to be unbelievable. He's gonna win.
I hear you, but I have an
I'm
idea.
impressed.
Wait, I have
Really
a really
quick
good
question.
idea. Just take that. They do interview, like a consent interview in adult films. So you take the consent interviews from a bunch of male gay porn, and you use AI to put him doing the consent
So
interview.
you're talking about the entire LGBTQ community that's voting for him, so he's gonna get even more votes.
No, he'll get them anyway. That doesn't matter. No. It'll be fine.
I'm impressed by the fact that I have to say that President Trump himself has refrained from commenting on the stuff. You know, it shows that he really is damn busy with like actual world affairs and domestic affairs and whatnot.
That's the thing yet. It's not, only when I start to discuss.
Yeah, I agree.
When I start to push it, me and Carolina, then you'll start to hear it everywhere. So it's already in the works because we're trying to grab as much as we can on it. And it's because certain people have already done. We have to be careful if we give it too much attention, how it pushes things. But there's a huge movement behind it. Like, so we have to just be careful when we come out with the counter. Yeah.
Charlie, don't worry. At 4 a.m. you might just random
drumming when I was in 6th grade. And
It's true. It's just back
I'm just saying, uphill battle,
We're
uphill
going to wait for
battle.
Kimberly Guilfoyle to get put into her ambassador role in Greece, and then we'll run her for 4 straight years out of Greece. And she can explain how Greek men and how they are when they look like this. Most of them, just think of the days of Aristotle and all that. Everybody was very gay and homosexual, but the thing is she's going to win. So we have to sell him as if he's been a secret conservative this whole time, just waiting to pounce. Or you just have to focus on the corruption levels and how the destroyed state. What has to happen is all the federal indictments that should have happened against him. And he's got so much coverage. Like, there's so many things that I know and others know. Oh my God, RFK alone. I don't know if RFK is going to throw him under the bus because maybe RFK in the future wants to run. So if he's willing to do the heavy lifting and throw him under the bus, because I know what RFK knows primarily because I told him like 50% of it. The other 50% he knows because he knows, and I don't want to know the other 50%. It's stuff that oppositional research. You got to understand the amount of affairs, him lying about his kids being vaccinated, they're not vaccinated, his wife being anti-vax. There's so many, her family being like Republicans. They may use that. The fact that the wife pursued Harvey Weinstein.
Yes, I was going to say the one thing that can. That's what I want to say. The one thing that can ruin his reputation among the woke right crowd is that he got cucked.
No, he didn't. No, this happened way before he met his wife. No.
Oh, before he got married?
And he put Harvey Weinstein in jail. No, that's not going to work. You're wrong. Sorry. No, not going to work.
I'm saying, but among the woke
No,
people before he got married,
no,
he didn't get cucked.
no.
Let me just finish the sentence.
Nope, they're going to see it as the evil Jew did it to his wife. Nope, you're wrong. So don't even go there. You have no idea what you're talking about. Nope. This is an area where I've been working on this for 5 years. So no, that's not going to work.
What about Chris Hansen? When he comes in? Like, take a seat.
No, that's not going to work. You have to go through corruption. So much corruption, money, theft, everything. You have to have Elon Musk basically whistleblower because of what happened to his son against him.
No, but I'm saying, his wife getting screwed by it.
No. There was not even any actual physical sex because he doesn't have a penis. So this is not even.
It's stealth. We're gonna get.
No. I don't want to have this conversation. No, that's not the way to go. It's just people are weird when they're talking about this stuff. I'm not going to do it. He had so many affairs, nobody cares. RFK was having, affairs during the run-up. There's other people, they were having, texting affairs on the run-up. Nobody cares.
Trace the money.
What? It's just the money, the corruption and the money, yeah.
Like that new house he bought like a year ago?
Yeah, with the Pritzkers, the $9 million and the corruption inside of California and what he's done to the state and, all the truths about, him getting vaccine injured severely and being hospitalized and going to Mexico to Joe Rogan's place to get stem cell therapy, all that's open source. Nothing is hidden here. They crashed Gavin Newsom's They crashed RFK Jr.'s website on the day that they came out with the story of Gavin Newsom being hospitalized in San Francisco because he got Guillain-Barré syndrome from the vaccine. I mean, like, there's so many things. These are all public. This is like, I've talked about this for like since I've been on Twitter. But there's so much more corruption at a level that's unprecedented embezzlement and corruption. And that's when you need the billionaires out of Silicon Valley. How about the bank? How about the fact that his wife was sitting as a board member on that, what is it called, the SVP thing?
SVB.
Yeah, and not that. There's other people that were sitting on that board.
What about Mr. Burns from The Simpsons? You do him as Mr. Burns from The Simpsons.
I don't even know what that means. No, it doesn't know what that means. No.
I'll send you a video. I send you
No.
I send you
Where did all the rail money go?
That's the one thing. You see these types of things, the corruption, the real money. You just have to actually have active investigation, so he cannot go on the
So he
ticket.
can't talk, I mean?
No, they can't go on the
He can't
ticket.
talk because it's an ongoing
No,
investigation.
he can't go on the ticket. That he actually cannot go on a presidential ticket because he's under. I mean, he should be under FBI investigation for years now. I mean, just the corruption with the fires and everything. That's a whole other, situation. So there's.
But being under federal investigation doesn't preclude you from being a federal candidate. You can literally be in jail and run for candidate.
This is something that would be very, very severe because if you even look into what he's done in California, and people actually start talking now that it's like we have 3.5 years, he would be in jail by then. So that's my point. Like, literally in jail. And that's like just
Well,
running
we
the
have a
homeless
year.
money. No, we need more than. What do you mean? Why? When is he gonna start running?
Well, he's probably going to do it and start running in a year officially, probably.
No, 2 years. He's not gonna run more than 2 years for now. The infrastructure is already created. So you put him into investigations and everything starts to come out. People will just be demoralized. Plus his plans for California with the taxes and everything those things from Victor DeSantis.
Hey, so if your sound man there, Fred needs to use the soundboard. We need a bullwhip sound. Every time you hit the mute button for AB, just go, like a Texas bullwhip.
I don't want to ruin the recording of the space. We haven't talked or said anything crazy yet, so.
Really?
Yeah, really. Yeah.
Wow.
That's not a challenge.
Remember when? Why do you keep on?
How we got involved with Epstein in the first place. Some people don't really understand the connection and why. I believe that it was orchestrated from the top. The Israeli cause that was very near and dear to Wexner's heart, and so dealing with Epstein was almost like an obligation. And John back, John, you modified your profile title. So did you hear my presentation on Wexner?
No, I just got here.
Well, you missed out, man. It was pretty good. You can see how Les Wexner was essentially the sugar daddy for both Howard Lutnick, who's currently Trump's right-hand man, and also for, of course, Jeffrey Epstein, and how he made his money with his mob connections as well, and how when he was close to getting caught or getting exposed with his mob ties in '85, they organized a hit of his lawyer, of all people, Arthur Shapiro, who was about to testify before a grand jury, because I guess that's just how the justice system works. If the wrong guy's going to get caught, then they'll make sure the witness gets taken care of. Clintons are well known for that, right? They got rid of a lot of their loose ends too. Guys like Mark Rich or Seth Rich as well, or Middleton. If these guys they know too much and there's a risk they could spill it, they'll dispose of them. And Wexner was no different. So yeah, the connection is quite deep, quite thorough, and it just begs the question, and you may have it too, like, well, why? Why was he fronting Epstein when he knew what he was up to? Why would he need to do that? What are your thoughts, Sean?
I'm not sure what I can't respond specifically to that, but I would concur that Hillary Clinton is one evil, sadistic, criminal bitch, and she's a fucking murderer. A horrible murderer. She should be arrested as soon as possible by the FBI.
Well, I mean, Trump talked about locking her up, but he never followed through on that promise, did he? So, seems like they're on the same team.
Yeah, maybe she's got a lot of. See, the thing about once you get to that level, you know so many state secrets and you've blackmailed so many people and killed so many people. It's like if you go at her, she's got a poison pill and a wire trip. Like, what can you do to somebody who has who's essentially all evil and she's probably got herself backed up.
I just want to say thank you for saying that, John. That's really all I came up here to say. You guys are having a good conversation. John said it perfectly. Fuck Hillary Clinton. She's a bitch. She's also killed many people, and nobody talks about it. We just, like that. That's heinous, isn't it? It's heinous how much these people get away with. She put Martin Shkreli in jail. She's killed a lot of other people that have crossed her, put them in jail for a long time, thrown away the key, and I just not a lot of people talk about it. I just wanted to shout out to John. Sorry to take over here real quick. I feel real deep about that issue. Thank you for letting me speak for a little bit, y'all.
Yeah.
All right, thank you, Renee. Do you want to finish then?
Yeah, Shkreli, when he said, just get me a hair follicle or whatever he said to get himself locked up, like, he's a good example of somebody who's been unfairly prosecuted. Uh, Hillary Clinton's, when she was Secretary of State, her and Barack Hussein Obama were secretly running weapons to ISIS through Libya into Syria and other places. They're involved in regime change operations, covert operations. And Hillary Clinton is a very dangerous old bitch, and her stupid daughter, Chelsea, she's on X complaining about vaccines. So, everybody who's really connected to these vaccines and the Heroes Act, the CARES Act, and $5 to $10 trillion worth of money, 2 trillion in debt every year. All these people are hypocrites, liars, and frauds. And I'm running for Congress against a hypocrite, liar, and fraud who told everybody if you don't get vaxxed, you're all gonna die.
That's bullish.
And so,
so like Kim Kardashian and the women that were like promoting.
Okay, guys, please don't interrupt him. I will go to all of you guys. No, thank you so much. I'm sorry. Go ahead, John.
yeah, I'm just saying there's a lot of corrupt motherfuckers connected to big pharma, connected to the military industrial complex, connected to the banking industrial complex, and
Don't forget the oil.
yeah, big energy. So, I would say vote the person, don't vote the party, because the Uniparty just creates $2 trillion in debt a year, and there's a lot of lying ass Republican snakes that are nothing more than Democrat femboys, and they don't stand up for American conservative values. So, I'm just saying, health, wealth, love, peace of mind, people tonight.
All right, thank you so much, John. Go ahead, Miri. Wait, was it Miri? I cannot see hands. Sorry.
No, that's perfect. Yeah, thank you. Oh, sorry, Minnie. Was it you that you can go? Sorry about that.
It wasn't
I thought you were saying Mary.
Oh, I did say Miri. I see hands now. Okay, so Miri, then Arabi, then Scream.
All right, perfect. Yeah, no, I just got up here. I've been listening for a couple minutes. This is my first time coming to this space. If you guys are familiar with the White Power Hour, I'm usually on those spaces. So some of y'all, I know some of y'all in the crowd from there. I really just want to talk. You brought up the Shkreli thing. I'm actually good friends with Shkreli. I'm in his Discord. I talk with him a lot, and we've talked about this Hillary situation a lot. There are a lot of people that don't want you to know the truth about the Epstein files. And while I did vote for Trump both times, I will say that he's definitely complacent. He's definitely been to the island. He definitely has done things that he does not want us to know about. And that's very, very fucking obvious. And, I just think that we as a people have lost our spark. We've lost our ability to be up in arms about, these things. And that's why they keep doing them over and over again right in front of our faces. And I don't, stop me if you think I'm wrong, but I think that the only way that we turn this country around is forgetting about forgetting about all these government schemes, and getting away from it. And that's why I'm invested in crypto. I own property overseas that the government cannot take from me. Everybody that's in power currently is they're Jewish scammers. They're all in league with Israel, or they're all in league with Gaza, one or the other, right? The major world powers that control everything, that are fighting for dominance.
Their money is overseas as
Wait,
well.
but
Their money is overseas.
Mary, let me just double check that I have the right account. Yeah, I'm just wondering, I've seen it multiple times in the week. Wait, let me make sure I'm the right person before I talk shit.
Who's talking?
Let me double check.
Who's talking?
Wait, hold on. Memers, I don't know how to say your name, but let me finish and then.
Follows me up on these stages.
No, because I'm just. Okay, no, but yeah, don't interrupt him though, please. Thank you.
This woman, not to disrespect women, I actually have a lot of respect for most women. She's a liberal. She follows me on these stages. She pretended to support the cause. She pretended to be not woke but awakened to the truths of the world. To say, I don't know how deep we go in this space, so I don't want to say too much, but she's definitely one of the enemies, and that I'll leave it at that. She's vast, she's all that.
I want to you guys, because I wanted to say. Let's not make it a drama space though. Like, no, I'm saying, I've seen you in the We Love Zionists speeches like 3 times a week. But now you're up here talking badly about Jews, but you are in the.
Can we get her off? She's.
No, I'm not gonna drop anyone because you say so many. This is not gonna be a drama space, though.
She's here to spread rumors. I'll finish my point. Sorry about that. I just think that the main problem that we have is blacks in America, right? It's not a problem because of the blacks. It's a problem because they use them as a distraction. Right.
So you think the problem is blacks, not Jews? That's insane.
No, not at all.
As a distraction.
If you come to the spaces that I usually run, we talk about how the blacks are a distraction planted by the Jews to get us to fight amongst each other rather than to address the main cause, which is how they're controlling the markets. They control how the money moves. They control when you and your daughter get sick every week and need to go to the hospital, right? They're the ones that are driving these insurance fees. It gets very deep, and I don't want to take this whole space to get into it, but there's a very deep rabbit hole, and the Epstein files is just the tip of the iceberg. It's another one of those distractions. And we can't even call them distractions anymore because all these quote-unquote distractions are really tragedies and heinous acts that these people are perpetrating in order to take our minds off of the bigger picture, which is the fact that there's a group of people, the Jews. I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. There's a group of people that are laundering all the money in the United States. And the United States isn't even the power of the world. I'll start there. The United States is a shell of its former self, and it hasn't been what we think it is since fucking 1776. So, that's the thing. I think that the Epstein file, we're having this talk, we're having this space, but we got to keep going back to the meat of the issue, which is the Jews are behind all of this, right? And I think everybody on this stage agrees with me. So please don't forget where we're at. Trump is a Jew. Epstein was a Jew. You got to understand what is all this coming from? It always goes back to the root. So what's the root cause? How do we fix it? We go back to the root. And not enough people are up in arms. Thank you, Minnie, for throwing up those hearts. Not enough people are up in arms about what's actually happening and what we actually need to do to solve this thing. That's the issue. That's the real issue. You guys need to stop voting fucking idiots into power. And I'm part of the problem. I voted for Trump. I didn't do my research and look into his history. He's a pedophile. He's touching kids.
I haven't put them.
All right, thank you so much for that.
I need to log into my laptop, into my desktop, and then set them live. All of them are on private or unlisted at the moment. I'll do it one day this week.
We can go into that. We can definitely go into that.
I do it like once every
It's good to meet you. I'm dropping you follow here.
couple weeks because I got a lot of phones and it takes me hours to make them all public.
to you is all orchestrated in a way to make us have these conversations that don't actually matter, right? At the end of the day, none of these people are gonna get prosecuted. None of these people are gonna go to jail except maybe one or two fall guys, and the Jews are still gonna rule the world. I see a lot of thumbs down. There are a lot of Jewish agents up here. Don't let my message get lost. Don't let,
I know these people, none of them are Jewish agents, especially me. Like, I'm literally Palestinian, and I've never.
Well, Palestine is a problem too. You gotta
Actually not. You haven't had your hand up. No, I had my hand up before. Okay. Okay, guys, calm down. Okay.
So look, we're having a hard time seeing hands, so it's nothing personal if we all calling you because we're not seeing it. So just maintain order and we'll get through the hands. Again, and nobody even wanted to, Tyler, do you remember nobody wanted to talk like 20 minutes ago and now they're talking about my hand was off. My hand was off.
They've all followed each other, Truth. They've all followed each other one by one. They've all followed each other and they're all bouncing off each other's.
Guys, we can't have all be all talking at the same time. Joanne, why don't you decide who speaks next and let's go from there.
Alright, let's go to Mimers. I don't know how to say your name, the woman.
You said I can go next. That's not fair.
Oh. Okay, fine. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you.
Alright, and then we'll go to Mimers.
Okay, so as a British man born and bred in London, I agree with Miri 100%. I think Trump is trying to turn America into a dictatorship a few years down the line. And another thing is, I'm sure you guys have seen, Keir Starmer bringing all these immigrants into our country. This is all just part of the greater Israel project. They're trying to take these immigrants out of their countries so Israelis have less people to fight against, so they can create this, control area in the Middle East, so all of the trade can go through the greater Israel and through to Europe from India. This is just this is the big plan, guys. This is what Mary's talking about, and then all these politicians have been caught touching children, so then they can't speak against it, and they know it's wrong, but they can't speak against it. And those who do speak against it, they're just called terrorists, right? Like Ilhan Omar, she's just called a terrorist. And there's just even if they're not being caught in the act, they're just bought and sold, and they just have no morals.
She's a terrorist.
Amazing. It's awesome. I love it. Oh, thanks, Johnny.
When she's sleeping, I'm just joking, mates. I love it.
Yeah, already. Hey, how's little one, Danny?
Good man. We're in California.
Cutie pie. Oh my God, my cousin was over here with her kids. She's got the most, beautiful. Oh my God, this baby girl, all right? She is 14 months, and let me just tell you, she's just all over the place, and she'll have a whole conversation with you. I don't understand, maybe, I don't know, you understand, 10% of it, but it just that, I think yours is similar to that age. If I'm not exactly sure.
Yeah,
those moments.
He holds his feet up, and he goes sniffing, and meaning he wants you to sniff his feet, and then tell him that they smell disgusting and they're gross, and then.
Is going to take over. You told us that people had asked you before, and said that you were the most famous person on ever. And you said, no, not me. And they said, well, who? You said, Jesus Christ.
The man upstairs, right? It's true. And you know what? It's still true. It's always going to be true. Everybody knows it. And we can pray. Everybody, we need to pray. And we need to do it. And we need to do that. And we need to get all of the support out there, all the knowledge of what's going on. It's terrible.
Yes, sir. And we're gonna be, if two or more that are gathered agree in His name, it shall be done. And here we are, sir.
Amen.
Well, Jim Bob. Hold on a second. Hello, Miss Tammy.
Hello, Sal. Hello, Jim Bob. Is it Richard? Everybody in here, because we're all here for the same reason. We love James and Tina, baby Nuka, the whole family. We love them. And you said we could come up here and share something about James or whatever. And you know what? When I first heard him talking ever, I was new to X, and I couldn't tell you what he was talking about because
Why do you post every...
Bob, from the depths of my knowledge is free.
If you were to ask me who I promote, Jefferson has my vote. If you were to ask me who I promote, people are asking to hear my voice. The country is facing a If you were to ask me who I promote, firework you'll ever see in your life. Hurricane, 50 shots. This one is insane. This stuff is not crazy. All right, we're running. Run. Oh boy. Oh my God! Oh my God. Oh,
ugliest guns ever made. First up, there's the Shattuck Palm Pistol. This gun is trying way too hard to blend in. It's small, oddly shaped, and more like a quirky gadget than a serious firearm. If it stood in a lineup with other guns, it would stick out like a penguin in a group of flamingos. Then there's the Korobov TKB-022. This gun's a total rebel in the world of firearms. It's not interested in following the usual gun fashion rules. Its design screams, I'm unique, and traditional gun looks, nah, not my thing. It's the oddball among guns. And lastly, the Stevens Vest pistol. This pistol seems confused about its identity. It looks as awkward as wearing socks with sandals. It's like it couldn't make up its mind about what it wanted to be, resulting in a firearm that leaves folks scratching their heads, wondering what the designers were going for. And those are 3 ugliest guns ever made.
It's the big 3 right here.
Little thing helped me more than my last therapy session. It's called the Pandy, a lifelike plush toy designed and powered by AI.
If you like sweets and easy living, skip this next part. It is about men tremendously intent on being reborn, on Satori, enlightenment. It can happen to you. In a flashing moment, something opens. You are new, all through. You see the same unsame world with fresh eyes. This universe-renewing power comes by grace, not logic.
I mean, I know your language. It's
Wherever you are seems to make little difference. It doesn't make sense. It makes you. Zen has many classic texts, of which this next work is one. Mumon Kan, literally, no gate barrier, was recorded by the Chinese master Ikai, also called Mumon, who lived from 1183 to 1260. The work consists of narrated relationships between ancient Chinese teachers and their pupils, illustrating means employed to sublimate the dualistic, outgoing, generalizing, intellectualizing tendencies of students in order that they might realize their true nature. The problems or inner challenges with which the masters confronted their pupils came to be called koans, and each of the following stories is a koan in itself. The stories use slang freely to actualize the highest teaching, the seeing into one's being. Occasional instances of apparent violence might be better interpreted as vigor and earnestness. None of the stories make any pretense at logic. They are dealing with states of mind rather than words. Unless this is understood, the point of the classic will be missed. The whole intent was to help the pupil break the shell of his limited mind and attain a second eternal birth.
This weekend we need 700 signatures.
Each problem is a barrier. Those who have the spirit of Zen pass through it. Those who live in Zen understand one koan after another, each in his own way, as if they were seeing the unseen and living in the illimitable. Zen masters used koans to stop their students' word drunkenness and mind wandering. When they had the student meditate on a koan, this was another way of saying, don't waste your life merely sensing. Channel thought and feeling to one purpose, and then let it happen. Has this art of turning on one's light been lost? It needn't be if you put your mind and all else you have to it. If the leaders of mankind were more aware, when by chance they come into minor powers, they might exploit others less. These old teachers complimented their students by criticism, blows even. When they praised, it usually meant belittling. This was the custom. They had a deep concern for their pupils, but showed it in presence, not words. They were strong fellows, shockers. They gave questions for which which the only answer was one's whole being. What is the right answer to a koan? There are many right answers, and there are also none. There is even a book in Japan, hard to come by, which gives proper answers to each of these mind openers. What a joke. For the koan itself is the answer. And by the time there is a right answer to it, Zen is dead. Mumon wrote the following words in his introduction to The Gateless Gate. Zen has no gates. The purpose of Buddha's words is to enlighten others. Therefore, Zen should be gateless. Now, how does one pass through this gateless gate? Some say that whatever enters through a gate is not family treasure. That whatever is produced by the help of another is likely to dissolve and perish. Even such words are like raising waves in a windless sea, or performing an operation upon a healthy body. If one clings to what others have said and tries to understand Zen by explanation, he is like a dunce who thinks he can beat the moon with a pole, or scratch an itching foot from the outside of a shoe. It will be impossible after all. In the year 1228, I was lecturing monks in the Ryusho Temple in eastern China, and at their request I retold old koans, endeavoring to inspire their Zen spirit. I meant to use the koans as a man who picks up a piece of brick to knock at a gate, and after the gate is opened, brick is useless and is thrown away. My notes, however, were collected unexpectedly, and there were 48 koans, together with my comment in prose and verse concerning each, although their arrangement was not in the order of the telling. I've called the book The Gateless Gate, wishing students to read it as a guide. If a reader is brave enough and goes straight forward in his meditation, no delusions can disturb him. He will become enlightened just as did the patriarchs in India and in China, probably even better. But if he hesitates one moment, he is as a person watching from a small window for a horseman to pass by, and in a wink, he has missed seeing. The great path has no gates. Thousands of roads enter it. When one passes through this gateless gate, he walks freely between heaven and earth. A monk asked Joshu, a Chinese Zen master, "Has a dog Buddha nature or not?" Joshu answered, Mu is the negative symbol in Chinese meaning no thing or nay. Mumon's comment. To realize Zen, one has to pass through the barrier of the patriarchs. Enlightenment always comes after the road of thinking is blocked. If you do not pass the barrier of the patriarchs, or if your thinking road is not blocked, whatever you think, whatever you do, is like a tangling ghost. You may ask, what is a barrier of a patriarch? This one word, Mu, is it. This is the barrier of Zen. If you pass through it, you will see Joshu face to face. Then you can work hand in hand with the whole line of patriarchs. Is this not a pleasant thing to do? If you want to pass this barrier, you must work through every bone in your body, through every pore of your skin filled with this question, what is Mu? And carry it day and night. Do not believe it is the common negative symbol meaning nothing. It is not nothingness, the opposite of existence. If you really want to pass this barrier, you should feel like drinking a hot iron ball that you can neither swallow nor spit out. Then your previous lesser knowledge disappears. As a fruit ripening in season, your subjectivity and objectivity naturally become one. It is like a dumb man who has had a dream. knows about it, but he cannot tell it. When he enters this condition, his ego shell is crushed, and he can shake the heaven and move the earth. He is like a great warrior with a sharp sword. If a Buddha stands in his way, he will cut him down. If a patriarch offers him any obstacle, he will kill him, and he will be free in his way of birth and death. He can enter any world as if it were his own playground. I will tell you how to do this with this koan. Just concentrate your whole energy into this move, and do not allow any discontinuation. When you enter this move and there is no discontinuation, your attainment will be as a candle burning and illuminating whole universe. Has a dog Buddha nature? This is the most serious question of all. If you say yes or no, you lose your own Buddha nature. Once when Hyakujo delivered some Zen lectures, an old man attended them, unseen by the monks. At the end of each talk, when the monks left, so did he. But one day he remained after they had gone, and Hyakujo asked him, "Who are you?" The old man replied, "I am not a human being, but I was a human being when the Kashyapa Buddha preached in this world. I was a Zen master and lived on this mountain. At that time, one of my students asked me whether or not the enlightened man is subject to the law of causation. I answered him, the enlightened man is not subject to the law of causation. For this answer evidencing a clinging to absoluteness, I became a fox for 500 rebirths, and I am still a fox. Will you save me from this condition with your Zen words and let me get out of a fox's body? Now may I ask you, is the enlightened man subject to the law of causation?" Hyakujo said, "The enlightened man is one with the law of causation." At the words of Hyakujo, the old man was enlightened. "I am emancipated," he said, paying homage with a deep bow. "I am no more a fox, but I have to leave my body in my dwelling place behind this mountain. Please perform my funeral as a monk." Then he disappeared. The next day, Hyakujo gave an order through the chief monk to prepare to attend the funeral of a monk. "No one was sick in the infirmary," wondered the monks. "What does our teacher mean?" After dinner, Hyakujo led the monks out and around the mountain. In a cave with his staff, he poked out the corpse of an old fox, and then performed the ceremony of cremation. That evening, Hyakujo gave a talk to the monks and told them this story about the law of causation. Obaku, upon hearing the story, asked Hyakujo, "I understand that a long time ago, because a certain person gave a wrong Zen answer, he became a fox for 500 rebirths. Now I want to ask, if some modern master is asked many questions and he always gives the right answer, what will become of him?" Hyakujo said, "You come here near me and I will tell you." Obaku went near Hyakujo and slapped the teacher's face with his hand, for he knew this was the answer his teacher intended to give him. Hyakujo clapped his hands and laughed at this discernment. "I thought a Persian had a red beard," he said, "and now I know a Persian who has a red beard."
Acorns gives me something to look forward to. I can invest for my future, save for tomorrow, and spend smarter today. All in one app. See the potential your future holds when you download Acorns.
Mumon's comment. The enlightened man is not subject. How can this answer make the monk a fox? The enlightened man is one with the law of causation. How can this answer make the fox emancipated? To understand this clearly, one has to have just one eye. Controlled or not controlled. same dice shows two faces. Not controlled or controlled, both are a grievous error. Gute raised his finger whenever he was asked a question about Zen. A boy attendant began to imitate him in this way. When anyone asked the boy what his master had preached about, the boy would raise his finger. Gute heard about the boy's mischief. He seized him and cut off his finger. The boy cried and ran away. Gute called and stopped him. When the boy turned his head to Gute, Gute raised up his own finger. In that instant, the boy was enlightened. When Gute was about to pass from this world, he gathered his monks around him. I attained my finger, Zen, he said, from my teacher, Tenryu, and in my whole life, I could not exhaust it. Then he passed away. Mumon's comment. Enlightenment, which Gute and the boy attained, has nothing to do with the finger. If anyone clings to a finger, Tenryu will be so disappointed that he will annihilate Gute, the boy, and the clinger altogether. Gute cheapens the teaching of Tenryu, emancipating the boy with a knife. Compared to the Chinese god who pushed aside a mountain with one hand, old Gute is a poor imitator. Kyogen said, Zen is like a man hanging in a tree by his teeth over a precipice. His hands grasp no branch, his feet rest on no limb, and under the tree another person asks him, why did Bodhidharma come to China from India? If the man in the tree does not answer, he fails. And if he does answer, he falls and loses his life. Now what shall he do? Mumon's comment. In such a predicament, the most talented eloquence is of no use. If you have memorized all the sutras, you cannot use them. When you can give the right answer, even though your past road was one of death, you open up a new road of life. But if you cannot answer, you should live ages hence and ask the future Buddha, Maitreya. Kyogen is truly a fool, spreading that ego-killing poison that closes his pupils' mouths and lets their tears stream from their dead eyes. A monk told Joshu, I have just entered the monastery, please teach me. Joshu asked, have you eaten your rice porridge? The monk replied, I have eaten. Joshu said, then you had better wash your bowl. At that moment, the monk was enlightened. Mumon's comment. Joshu is the man who opens his mouth and shows his heart. I doubt if this monk really saw Joshu's heart. I hope he did not mistake the bell for a pitcher. It is too clear, and so it is hard to see. A dunce once searched for a fire with a lighted lantern. Had he known what fire was, he would have cooked his rice much sooner. Getsuan said to his students, Keichu, the first wheel maker of China, made 2 wheels of 50 spokes each. Now suppose you removed the nave uniting the spokes. What would become of the wheel? And had Keichu done this, could he be called the master wheel maker? Mumon's comment. If anyone can answer this question instantly, his eyes will be like a comet and his mind like a flash of lightning. When the hubless wheel turns, master or no master can stop it. It turns above heaven and below earth, south, north, east, and west. A monk asked Seijo, I understand that a Buddha who history, sat in meditation for 10 cycles of existence and could not realize the highest truth, and so could not become fully emancipated. Why was this so? Seijo replied, "Your question is self-explanatory." The monk asked, "Since the Buddha was meditating, why could he not fulfill Buddhahood?" Seijo said, "He was not a Buddha." Mumon's comment, "I will allow his realization, but I will not admit his understanding. When one ignorant attains realization, he is a saint. When a saint begins to understand, he is ignorant. It is better to realize mind than body. When mind is realized, one need not worry about body. When mind and body become one, the man is free. Then he desires no praising." Joshu went to a place where a monk had retired to meditate and asked him, "What is what?" The monk raised his fist. Joshu replied, "Ships cannot remain where the water is too shallow," and he left. A few days later, Joshu went again to visit the monk and asked the same question. The monk answered the same way. Joshu said, "Well given, well taken, well killed, well saved," and he bowed to the monk. Mumon's comment, "The raised fist was the same both times. Why is it Joshu did not admit the first and approved the second one? Where is the fault?" Whoever answers this knows that Joshu's tongue has no bone, so he can use it freely. Yet perhaps Joshu is wrong, or through that monk he may have discovered his mistake. If anyone thinks that the one's insight exceeds the other's, he has no eyes. The light of the eyes is as a comet, and Zen's activity is as lightning. The sword that kills the man is the sword that saves the man. Tokusan went to the dining room from the meditation hall holding his bowl. Seppo was on duty cooking. When he met Tokusan, he said, "The dinner drum is not yet beaten. Where are you going with your bowl?" So Tokusan returned to his room. Seppo told Ganto about this. Ganto said, "All Tokusan did not understand ultimate truth." Tokusan heard of this remark and asked Ganto to come to him. "I have heard," he said, "you are not approving my Zen." Ganto admitted this indirectly. Tokusan said nothing. The next day, Tokusan delivered an entirely different kind of lecture to the monks. Ganto laughed and clapped his hands, saying, "I see our old man understands ultimate truth indeed. None in China can surpass him." Mumon's comment, speaking about ultimate truth, both Ganto and Tokusan did not even dream it. After all, they are dummies. Whoever understands the first truth should understand the ultimate truth. The last and first, are they not the same? Nansen saw the monks of the eastern and western halls fighting over a cat. He seized the cat and told the monks, "If any of you say a good word, you can save the cat." No one answered, so Nansen boldly cut the cat in 2 pieces. That evening, Joshu returned and next day, Tozan bowed to Umon and asked, "Yesterday you forgave me 3 blows. I do not know why you thought me wrong." Umon, rebuking Tozan's spiritless responses, said, "You are good for nothing. You simply wander from one monastery to another." Before Umon's words were ended, Tozan was enlightened. Umon's comment. Umon fed Tozan good Zen food. If Tozan can digest it, Umon may add another member to his family. In the evening, Tozan swam around in a sea of good and bad. But at dawn, Umon crushed his nutshell. After all, he wasn't so smart. Now I want to ask, did Tozan deserve the 3 blows? If you say yes, not only Tozan, but every one of you deserves them. If you say no, Umon is speaking a lie. If you answer this question clearly, you can eat the same food as Tozan. The lioness teaches her cubs roughly. The cubs jump and she knocks them down. When Umon saw Tozan, his first arrow was light. His second arrow shot deep. Umon asked, "The world is such a wide world. Why do you answer a bell and don ceremonial robes?" Umon's comment. When one studies Zen, one need not follow sound or color or form. Even though some have attained insight when hearing a voice, seeing a color or a form, this is a very common way. It is not true Zen. The real Zen student controls sound, color, form, and actualizes the truth in his everyday life. Sound comes to the ear. The ear goes to sound. When you blot out sound and sense, what do you understand? While listening with ears, one never can understand. To understand intimately, one should see sound. When you understand, you belong to the family. You are a stranger. Those who do not understand belong to the family. And when they understand, they are strangers. A monk asked Tozan when he was weighing some flax, "What is Buddha?" Tozan said, "This flax weighs 3 pounds." Mumon's comment. Old Tozan Zen is like a clam. The minute the shell opens, you see the hole inside. However, I want to ask you, do you see the real Tozan? 3 pounds of flax in front of your nose, close enough, and mine is still closer. Whoever talks about affirmation and negation lives in the right and wrong region. Joshu asked Nansen, "What is the path?" Nansen said, "Everyday life is the path." Joshu asked, "Can it be studied?" Nansen said, "If you try to study, you will be far away from it." Joshu asked, "If I do not study, how can I know it is the path?" Nansen said, "The path does not belong to the perception world. Neither does it belong to the non-perception world. Cognition is a delusion, and non-cognition is senseless. If you want to reach the true path beyond doubt, place yourself in the same freedom as sky. You name it neither good nor not good." At these words, Joshu was enlightened. Mumon's comment. Nansen could melt Joshu's frozen doubts at once